无真，时机已到，该启程了。
抱歉，恕难从命。
快别理他，祭典要开始嘞！
准头真妙，好剑法！
确有一皇一凤。
阿珍姐姐好厉害！
别怕，看阿姐射他下来，为你报仇。
阿珍，你要去哪里啊？骑慢点儿！这是掌
混沌真气，乃救世关键，你绝不该安居一隅。
住口！别说了！住口！不要再胡言乱语！你是谁？放开我！去死！给我去死！杀了你！杀了你！杀了你！ 阿姐在。只不过是一场噩梦，很快便会醒来的。我这里绝不容许任何人再伤我家人分毫。
不是说要留守家中，心意已决。
别多问，上路吧。
姐姐，
真，时节已到，该启程了。
抱歉，恕难从命。
那快别理他，祭典要开始嘞！
转头真妙，好剑法！
确有一皇一凤。
这姐姐好厉害！
别怕，看阿姐射他下来，为你报仇。
阿珍，你要去哪里啊？骑慢点儿！这是掌
混沌真气，乃救世关键，你绝不该安居一隅。
住口！
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Nbpl. My name is Hiprain and I am joined by Raven as we're getting ready to go into today's action on solos. Kicking off that lower bracket final. Raven, how are you feeling? You alright, mate?
I'm doing wonderful, Hiprain. Thank you very much. Solos, the new rules this year. Very, very exciting stuff. And we get to see part of that excitement already going into lower bracket finals, where only 4 are going to be continuing. 4 are going to be eliminated today. It kind of makes every single round feel like its own mini tournament, like its own finals within its right. Double limp, very common around esports, and now it's finally made its way towards NARAKA. A lot of us have been holding our breath, excited to see how these new rules are going to play out this season. So far, I've been enjoying a lot of the action. I was worried a little bit that it'd be slower because of the smaller lobby, but so far, the only thing that's really changed is that we don't get the zone closes anymore. There's no end game.
Yeah, that's probably the biggest change. We've seen it over in trios. The zone very rarely closes nowadays. But for you guys at home, grab yourself some goodies. Make sure you have your NARAKA account linked to your Twitch account. You can get these goodies along the top bar of stuff to get for your account. So lovely stuff over there. But yeah, kind of circling back to the changes and the way everything kind of feels. You know, I actually feel like the tempo's up. Weirdly, I think we've got a lot more it's a lot more explosive now, because at least in trios, and I assume it's going to translate pretty much the same over the solos, like, other than the birds might fight, you kind of, there's so few people that you're actually less likely to get third partied, so people are more willing to go toe to toe with each other. And, you know, it also has lent into some people being able to actually execute on those third parties a little bit more effectively. So seeing some really nice changes and just kind of ways in which the play styles go down. But the double limb, the big thing about that is the no second chances. If you fall into that lower bracket where we are today, 4 people are leaving until the second half of the tournament. They're just done with professional games on camera. So it doesn't give you a lot of time to kind of really adapt and you know, you can't just get your free practice in like you used to, where we had the 4 bi-weeklies. You could kind of give up a bi-weekly in the first week and have 2 weeks of practice and then take the tournament serious from there. It's full gas from the moment we land now, and personally I'm a really, really big fan of it. I think it will cause players to really work on adapting fast to changes in the meta and playstyles. So yeah, I think solos are going to be very fun. It's my first solos of the year, so I'm excited to see what has changed since the last time I was here, Raven.
Yeah, speaking of adaptation, like you're saying, Hiprain, the martial arts portion, forcing everyone to take dueling a lot more serious. Now, in the past, we've seen players kind of put off dueling in trios, especially solos, not as much, but still the bottom half of the league didn't really want to fully invest in the martial arts or the 1v1 dueling. And this year, it is going to be a little bit different. Last year, we did have martial arts, the 1v1 dueling in solos, but this year, it's added on that ultimates are going to be involved. Before, there were no ults, it was just a weapon, no range, so it was very limited. So you could kind of skirt away and be like, all right, well, I'm just going to get second in the phasing, not the biggest deal. But this year, you actually do gain points from your martial arts. It is a BO3, and it kind of forces you to look in the mirror, which I think is going to be very good for the excitement for viewers. All these players are going to have a hard look of where they actually are in fighting, and no matter what, they are going to improve. I think it'll be a bigger difference in trios, as a lot of teams do not go Yang. In solos, you are sort of forced to go into Yang in order to be somewhat successful. So the top half of the lobby for the last year or so in 2025, they did get significantly better at dueling, even to the point where we had multiple contenders for MVP. Now, even though we're not at the MVP part of the season, it is going to make it a lot more exciting, as I kind of feel. And one of the really cool things this year is Azo, I saw, was back, who was known for his really, really great dueling. Now, the other big change this year, Fireflies. Constantly, 4 out of the 5 maps are going to have Fireflies. Really increases the speed. And just like Hiprain pointed out, people are very happy to get in those 1v1s just because it's less likely you are going to get third party.
Yeah, absolutely. Just I was kind of taking a gasp by the fact, obviously, the big change is Mike and Spider have a switcheroo orgs. But man, Mike's had a bit of a glow up. Look at him. He's looking fine right now.
I said the same thing when I saw him.
Right? Like, I mean, like, he's taking care of himself. He's looking good, man. Well done, Mike. New org, new Mike. Unfortunately, the one thing he hasn't carried over is that winning so far in that lower bracket. Is obviously going to have to make sure he hits top 4. Now, there is an upside to slipping down into that lower bracket, because you actually get 1 extra day of games. If you're in the upper bracket, you have the safety net of if you lose, you fall into that lower bracket, so you get 1 last chance. But for like a Mike, if he can make a run all the way to the end, he'll have an extra day worth of games on stage over everyone else he's played, which means he just has that little bit more warm-up time versus anyone else. Obviously, the likes of T25 as well down here, you know, Lipo. There's quite a lot of players from last year who I wouldn't have expected to go straight down into the losers bracket off the bat, but you know, quality steps up. It's one of those things you talked a lot about last year, Raven, was how it just feels like the quality is constantly getting better and better from all of the players at the Nbpl. So it's one of those things that, yeah, you showed me that 2 years ago and see that might go straight into lower bracket, I would have called you a liar. But, you know, everyone has been up in their game. New metas, new changes, like you say, in the martial arts at the beginning of the day, worth 8 points Is it worth 8 points in solos, or is that just trios? I don't know how many points it's worth. Probably should check that.
I believe it's 8 for first, 4th for second, and then 3rd and 4th get tied for 2 points.
Okay, so it's exactly the same as trios. So my brain is still trios coded. I've done 2 days of trios already. My brain's very locked and loaded in on that. But yeah, it's especially in solos, 8 points is quite significant. Like that may be the difference between making it and not making it into that top 4, and you know, having your start of the season cut short, and then you have to just sit off and scrim and practice off air. But off air practice and, you know, all of that is very different from playing on stage. So no one wants to be going out today. Everyone wants to be making it further into the tournament, not only just for the sake of playing. It's a Valda! It's a Valda cosplay! Oh, I'm so happy. Sorry, Raven. Got distracted by my own point. We never get the cosplayers. Nice to see a Valda cosplayer as well.
Yeah, the new stage and everything. A lot of people have been showing up to watch these new games. It was very cool seeing the studio, this Jacob, very, very big, very, very fancy. And one thing you mentioned, Mike is definitely, there were whispers of him retiring last year, that a lot of people were calling him old. OUG does have another player who's up and coming. He's not of age, kind of like how Mike was to Shang Shang back in the 08, who goes on the Immortal War ladder, absolutely decimates everyone. He's ready and excited to be in, and I heard that very likely at the end of this year he may have a chance to compete to show just how good he is. It might be the end of an era this year. I gotta say, every other year I didn't really give it time of day and thought that Mike would be out, but after he's been at the top for so long, it's hard to stay motivated when you've won for so long, to stay hungry. We saw at this J-Cup finals, Mike still showed how competitive he is, still had a chance of possibly taking one of the MVPs, but Spider showed a lot more dominance. So it does make sense to me that OUG would jump at the fact of picking up Spider, because Spider pretty much won J-Cup. He just couldn't close it out. And at the end, Wufang does sneak it in, finds the win. HM had a great showing last year, clutching it up, getting to J-Cup. His play style was something that Lexan actually modeled himself after, allowing him to perform so well, making it very, very far. Now, Ruo, one of the new faces, opening day was very cool. We saw him land on the likes of the old guard, similar to Shen Yuan and Wufang, not really caring to take things slow, instead going right at the old guard, showing them what he's made of, going into Yang, slugging it out. Not sure who's gonna make it through today, because just like Hipran saying, the skill gap has narrowed a lot more. The new format, the new meta has everyone reeling, and everyone's still trying to adapt to find their footing for this year.
Yeah, it is very much a getting ready and adapting to how everyone else is playing. You know, it's one of the things that's so fun about NARAKA is the constant rule changes, the constant force of the players to not get too comfortable. And I think what it does is it gives rise and fall to certain players in their play styles, unless they're willing to play that adapter. I mean, there's a reason that Spider and Mike have kind of been like the talked about guys for so long, because they have always been very good at kind of matching whatever the meta is doing. I would argue I think Mike is maybe slightly better than Spider at it, hence why he's almost a little bit that little bit more storied. And, you know, like you were saying, with the whole potential of him retiring, I think him not making I don't think he wants to go out on a non-J-Cup win. I think if he's going to retire, he wants to get that J-Cup title and then leave with his head held high. So I reckon there's still a little bit of hunger in him there, as we're getting ready for our martial arts. Either who's going to be playing who. Mike and Arano are going to be going toe-to-toe.
Was thinking about the martial arts points, because we brought it up. The trios version is 8 4, 2, and 0 for first, second, third, and fourth, and then fifth through eighth. But for solos, first place is 2 points, second place is 1 point, third and fifth is 0.5. Now I'm so accustomed to running the trio sides of tournaments that I kind of autopiloted it, but when you brought it up, I was like, wait. I was going to say that it's a half of it, but I was like, let me just check the official rules. So it's 2 for first place, 1 for second place, and 0.5 for tying for third and fourth. These points will matter a lot, especially because the lobby is a lot smaller. So we are going to start our first match of the day, and Feria is backed for martial arts in particular. Her mech, because of these thin little pillars, are just so powerful that we're seeing 2023 NARAKA 1v1 solos. Feria coming back.
Crazy to see her back in solos. Is Rand gonna grab himself back on to his mech in response to Hoimi. Hoimi just gonna take a couple of shots here. He will be losing his mech first as well, so this is pretty rough for him. And Rand is just able to free fire in. Again, looking for those shots as he's just going to go totally aerial to play away. Loses the mech and looks to jump back down. He's just playing out evasion here onto the mech. The cannon fire gets a little bit wide, as now the mechs have finally failed, both of them. So they are going to be back to just going toe-to-toe. Got 1 minute left. Got the book spawning up. There's a nice little parry actually opening up from Ran. Able to get himself a nice chunk out from RW's player. Continue, though, to pressure in with the staff onto him. Rand still with the armor, though, feeling very confident in this one, but with that time running low, could get a little bit dicey either way. Both of them got their combo breaker up, and there it is. And now it's opening up that fist weapon, gets a nice chunk of damage out, forces the combo breaker out here from Hoyo, who's just trying to find that opening with the staff. Does get a bit of damage off. Tome has spawned up as well. Who's going to be able to get it? Is anyone going to be able to get it? No, not necessary. Rand will take the first round of this best of 3.
Great spacing from Ran, able to sneak those RMBs and sneaking those one charges. HM not showing that he's willing to parry at the one charge, and Ran reading it, taking full advantage of it. Now HM gonna open up with his patented slap shenanigans, getting his hands on him. But Justina, I'm wondering if Justina with Dagger has been making an appearance. Ooh, interesting. Slide out, yes, it is the V2 Justina. We saw Genuine use this as a tool against Feria. A lot of the meta, at least in martial arts, has Feria, Akos, and usually a personality pick for the third. Where you put these characters, though, very, very important to find an advantage to get some counterplay in. Now, Akos versus V2 Justina has a big advantage just because of this, the combo starter. That F2 provides a nice, or F1 provides a nice heal, but it does take away a combo break, and now Ran under a ton of pressure, eating the fists of HM. But HM gonna take this nice and slow, threatening, denying the heal. Ran, though, posturing, holding his grounds, and catching HM on the way out. That light attack reaching him from a mile away. HM threatening the scale rush. Still slowly spacing out the footsies from these two. Not going full aggro. Both of them trying to see if one person is willing to release a max range focus attack. See if they get that reaction parry off. They cannot. V2 is going to come out, pop another heal. Now HM, he knows he's ahead in damage right now. It's up to Ran to make a move right here. Holding a center for the cap point. Whoever can hold the center here, forcing the action. HM, though, still, both of these guys not cracking under pressure, staying composed, dodging over and over. Oh! F2 gonna get dodged out into the parry, and Ran is gonna clutch it up right at the end. HM, as I said, does not crack. Turns into scrambled eggs right at the end.
That was beautiful, that was. We're going to see the Zender going toe-to-toe here. No, sorry, that's the next match. Sorry, well, we've moved forwards. I completely forgot that was a 2-0. Now it's Zender at the end. It's going to just be the Feria 1v1 once again. Pillars go down. TTD5 eats a parry though. He's going to get followed up there, caught in the aerial against the pillar. They're hit. The staff's doing a lot of work. TTD5 needs to break towards his mech or he's going to be in some serious danger. But no, he's feeling comfortable with just keeping up the fight here versus Lipo. Doesn't want to rely on the mech quite yet, but Lipo with the health advantage, feeling very confident, able to now catch him with the grapple and the aerial, and turns this one back around. They're both low. Lipo's going to force the mech out. Can he get into it? Has to combo break and just about make it to his mech, but Lipo mechs up just as the cannon shot comes in. They're going to heal up, get some health back, though they're getting interrupted on those heals. Lipo now is going to take some shots here from TTD5 as he is also going to be able to get our pot off in the meanwhile. And TTD5, he may just fall inside his mech. It's gone very rough for him. Has been able to get a single armor pot off. Can he get a health pot off is the real question. Lipo's looking to snipe him out of the sky with the cannon as here comes TTD5 onto that ground. And now the turnaround has to come out. The combo break immediately thrown down there by Lipo. Gets to top the pillar. Sees if maybe there's an angle for a scale rush down, but he actually is just going to get knocked down here as he jumps into the fight with TTD5. No pots available. The parry comes out from T25. Can he find the follow-up? Can he close this one out? It's so close. It's just down to a matter of inches. T25 takes round number 1.
Amazing play from 225. He's able to actually perfectly space out the light attack. Retake from Lipo, and this shows just how much everyone has been working on their dueling skills coming from off-season. A lot of the times you see a little bit of rust coming out from the players, but all the rust is gone. We're looking really, really smooth as 225 showing he's not just about focus attacks anymore. He's been working. He's been in the laboratory cooking up some tactics here. Really, really nice spacing coming out from 225. Not really known for his zoning. Now he has like the ability to smother his opponents while accurately sniping down that close or that 1 HP situation. Oh. Double jump parry. 225. Sneaky. My man went from a blue releaser to a trapping parry turtle. Nice stuff coming out from him. And a classic SR Mike versus Arano, two of the old guard going at it.
Yeah, but you can see that Arano not going for the ferry here, has gone for the Zender as their answer, but Mike absolutely stripping that armor from Arano. Arano hasn't really been able to have too much impact here. Does throw down, that's the ult there actually, I believe. So yeah, he goes in for the bow shot, able to get onto Mike. Mike losing a lot of his armor, looking to just evade away that auto lock attack. Looks like he actually was able to tap dodge away from Arano, and now Mike still with that mech to work with, can just use that, but Arano not giving this one up yet, does shoot down the shot onto Mike. Mike combo breakers back and jumps into the mech, and Arano with nowhere safe to go. And like you were saying, the pillar so thin, it's going to be hard to find a pot off here versus Mike and his mech. Mike has been able to eat through a fair chunk of his mech timer though. Arano has got a single pot off for the armor, but it's getting just taken away so quickly. A single cannon shot, there it is going to reduce that away from him as Mike is trying to get the shot up onto the side of Arano. Is going to be finally losing that mech. Didn't get that last cannon shot in. Uses the F just to jump back as well from Arano. Doesn't want to get caught close in proximity. Scale Rush did make a connection here. Now back onto the nunchucks, keeping him aerial with a grapple tech to keep him in the sky. Mike is going to take round number 1.
Ooh, Arano, sloppy stuff. Just buffering the uppercut, and Mike just sitting there waiting. Catches the uppercut with the half charge and immediately onto the next Akos mirror. Both of these guys very, very good on their Akos. Mike, though, is the King Tiger. He's going to find the first opener here, putting Arano against the wall. Looks for the Tiger follow-up. Not going to get it. Is going to bait his pounce, but Arano with the hold. Going to trap Mike. Think you're trapping me, my guy? Nah, we're trapping you with the overhold F2, and Mike comes in, trapping all options, but he has no health to tank the jumping aerial from Arano, and now the score is tied 1-1. Next one takes it.
First time we've gone away to 3 today as well. Arano versus Mike. It's the Liam now versus the Ferrier. So Arano's time to be on the ferry. He's actually going to mech up very early here. Mike feeling pretty comfortable. Does take a cannon shot to the head, but Rana struggling to find that connection. Oh, this is the Diva skin, isn't it? I forgot she got a Diva mech. Mike just staying aerial to evade away from Arano. And Arano, honestly, not really getting all that much impact from the mech. Does look for a slam down into the cannon shot onto Mike. Is going to make a connection there. Gets a nice chunk out at the end, but the armor pretty much equal between the pair of them. And now it's Mike's turn. He has the balls to work with. Just going to look to try and find a capture onto Arano. Is able to make that connection. Just give him time to get a pot off. Then looks to throw him out. Nice and aerial. Gets the flying knives in. And oh, Arano, you are pinned against the edge, mate. That is miserable for you. Caught by the ball as well. Mike made that last one look very easy.
Oof, Arano's going to have to hold that one. Normally known for his ball play with the Liam, but Mike, man, all the thousands of hours on Immortal, the thousands of hours on the Liam matchup, still showing that Liam has it as Chen versus Ruo. Max range parry. Ruo gonna match him with a parry himself. Both combo breaks is gonna come out, but Chen winning on the engagements. Both these guys going back to back, each one getting a parry, but this time Ruo is gonna get a nice extension here. Doesn't get the reset. Wait, I spoke too soon. Goes for the Goomba Stomp, gets the reset against the wall. And a little bit of panic right there. Chen not able to get the reset coming off the wake up, and Ruo finds the momentum to close that one out.
Funny you say panic, because I was looking at Ruo's heart rate, 164 right now. My man is nervous, and now he's on that Yoto in the ult form versus the ACOS, and he's doing a really solid job here, Ruo. Playing with total aggression onto Chen. Chen in ult form, can't even get close to Ruo, who's just staying aerial, has still got the ult left, does look for one last slash with it, is going to make the connection there onto Chen. Chen so low already, and Ruo barely touched. He just decimated him. That was an absolute whitewash.
That was some of the smoothest Yoto play I have seen. Ruo just made the omnidirectional Tiger just look terrible versus the Yoto matchup. I feel like Akos definitely wins that matchup, but Ruo gets ahead, holds the lead by dodging out, but now he's going to be locking horns with Mike here with the Faria opener. Whip Sword versus, I believe, Nunchucks of Mike. Now, Nunchucks, very, very good at camping out, but Whip Sword, very, very good of getting these nice big extensions against the wall. But green focus coming out from Mike this season. Everyone's pulling out all the stops. No crazy extended combos with the Whip Sword or Longsword if green focus is at play. Although you could grapple cancel to punish it, I still have yet to see someone predict the green focus and grapple it. Seems like everyone autopilot's finishing the combo. Now both mechs are on the field right now. Ruo gonna catch Mike's cross with the fry. Mike though gonna get a nice reset here as both of these guys are gonna get a little bit of mech time. 1:30 going. Timeout used to be a thing on Fair, not so much anymore with the martial arts. They did a really good job of really forcing the action, forcing a lot of smart play as we're seeing the line of sight tactics with Faria coming out. Both guys trying to deny the heal by using the stagger coming out and then trying to go above the mech to limit that directional shots. Now both of them getting demeched here. Ruo, he's going to get smacked by Mike's overhold. Now Mike doesn't get the punish off the block, but Ruo does get clipped on his way out. He does find the reaction berry onto Mike. Catch him at max range, fades out, jams up Mike's entrance twice, not once but twice. Mike expects Ruo to try to panic and get away, but Ruo clogs the lane, jams him up with first a light attack and then a focus attack when Mike approaches.
Ruo playing incredibly well here. Now back onto that Yoto. We just saw him absolutely decimate Chen with this, but Mike this time on the ACOS matchup feels a little bit more comfortable, able to find the parry on to Ruo here. Ruo gets followed up by the Tiger, and his health bar's basically gone. Has connected on with the ultimate. He's now going to try and turn this back around onto Mike, who's got him pinned against the wall. Mike's ultimate will be timing out momentarily. Ruo has found his opening onto Mike, and he is absolutely slashing the hell out of him. I don't think Mike's going to be able to survive this. There's the F, there's the parry. Ruo just absolutely destroys him.
Oh my god, he gets one hit and he snowballs Mike's wake up 3 times. Mike expecting Ruo to slow down. He does not. He just keeps his pedal fully gassed out, takes Mike down with the loops, and closes Mike out when Mike has no options. Finally throws a focus attack. He ends up getting parried. We are going to move on to Rand versus 225. Another Feria opener nunchucks versus Fistblades. We see 225 trying to mind game here with the max range LBs. Now switching to max range RBs. Rand now throwing out back-to-back parries. 225 has my man guessing what am I gonna do now. 225 switching up the spacing, a little bit of diagonal traps with the parry. Rand finally releases one focus attack, and 225 is ready to catch him with it. And now my man is in Rand's head right now, finding the light attack as well. No, he misses the uppercut though. Rand able to sneak his way into the mech. 225 does have the health advantage, but Rand will have a chance to get some resets here. 225 holding his time, wants to get as much mech time as possible, dodging a lot of these shots here. The Goomba Stomp does come out for the shot, but 225 with the fist blades easily dodging all of these shots from Rand. Now Rand out of the mech with no choice of it. 225 uses this ult to come back for a neutral opener, and now it's 225's chance to get in there. And this is what I'm talking about, the line of sight. Various mech not able to shoot directly above her. There's like a dead zone above her, as we've seen a lot of players able to scale rush above and then grapple repeatedly to deny this. Now you can go up, get the stomp. He gets the 2-piece to go. Rand tries to make his way close, but 225 locks on and blows him up at his feet.
That cannon fire was absolutely disgusting. Beautiful play there from TT25. Now on that Syra versus the Justina matchup here. Staff opener here from TT25 against the edge, and Ran losing a lot of HP. This is exactly what we saw in the first round as well with Ran, where he took this Justina dagger tech, but like you were saying, no combo breaker, so you're very susceptible to getting caught out here. And it's a 21 second, 22 second cooldown on that F if I remember correctly. So it is a bit rougher here for Ran, having no combo breaker option and no safety net, but he's able to find the parry into the uppercut onto TT25, but TT25 has a combo break as he just dashes away to safety with the dazzle. Ultimate still up and available, catches the parry here onto Ran, who won't have a combo break to get away from this one, so he just takes a whole heap of damage from that staff. The follow-up is huge. There's the freeze for a bit of sustain. TT25 was going to go for a pot, but Ran won't let him, but doesn't get the full value out of that one. Does miss the slash there with the ultimate, and now it's time for the microwave here onto Ran against the edge of the pillar. Those dazzles, though, once they hit, it's going to get nasty here. Able to find the opener onto Ran, and this is just going to be him stripping through that armor. Catches him in the uppercut with the grapple to keep him in place over the top here with that staff. And Ran, one last freeze comes out of him. But TT25, full HP, scale rush forward onto Ran. Ran looks for the slash there with the ultimate, not going to make the connection, will not let Ran get a big heal off there, but thanks to some of the protection from that ult, Ran was able to get himself a single health pot, but I don't think it matters anything here. That F is not going to be quite up yet for Ran, and TT25 is going to 2-0 this one, meaning we got TT25 versus Rio in our next and in our final round.
Wow, 225 looking possessed right now, just flowing through. No mistakes right there. Keeps it nice and tidy. Half charged lights to close it out. Forces my man to just nowhere to breathe. Just smothers him to death. As we are going to get Ruo Gonna try to send that 1.1, catch 225's cross. No, we've seen 225 accurately land these parries, setting up beautiful traps. Usually we've seen 225 conditioned by getting focus attacks in to gain some momentum. We're seeing a new version of him as he sets up mind games at range, and he's been calling out a lot of focus attacks here. Really, really good tap dodge spacing as well, doing circles around Rua. And again, we saw it in the previous matchup, he did have the advantage with his Feria. Now, hasn't gotten the mech right here. Last time we saw 225 bind his time right here, dodge a lot of the shots, allowing him to get a second chance at a Goomba stomp, but Ruo does a good job forcing 225 into his mech. Ruo not able to get a heal off though. 225 gonna keep this nice and tidy. And again, 225's Feria has looked unstoppable today.
Yeah, that's absolutely brutal. But someone who has looked unstoppable on another character is Yoto here for Ruo. This time versus the Syra. So is a combo breaker to break away from that kind of non-stop aggression of the ultimate greatsword you get. Ruo scale rushes up, looking here for TT25. Wants to try and bait out that combo breaker, I reckon. Is actually just going to open up immediately. There's the combo breaker out from TT25. Doesn't make the connection with the Dazzle, and is just going to answer with his own ultimate. And at this point on the Yoto, you are playing defensive. You can't ult first here in this matchup. Once that Dazzle connects, you're going to be in trouble, but is able to evade away from that one, and now is going to try and strip away some of that HP. Looks for the final slash, doesn't make the connection here, goes in again onto TT5, not going to happen, and now does have an advantage over the fact there's no armor onto TT5. Ruo with the flying knives needs to look for an opportunity to get onto this, but no combo breaker, no ability to escape away from the constant pressure from the staff that TT5 is putting down. And Ruo, I think you might just be getting 2-0'd here.
It is a 2-0, 225. Looking fly with the new jackets of YZG, and looking, this is his gameplay. Made it look easy. I'm not gonna lie, we're seeing another form of 225. He's not here to play around today. He's gonna go and take those 2 free points to go, having the chance to show everyone that inside Yang, you better be watching out for a new version of 225. A lot of times competitors would love sniping out 225 just because a lot of his conditioning, a lot of his wheelhouse and his tools always started out with sneaking in a focus attack. You knew it was coming in at some point, so as long as you patiently waited, you could kind of space him out, wait for him to finally throw when he got impatient, and open up with a parry. But we've seen that been reversed. I saw 225 do that to everyone else, and he did it well. It wasn't always just like a mashing a one charge parry. He set up a fake scale rush in a parry. He set up perfectly going backwards or going diagonal in the pocket to space out his parries perfectly. Just something I've never seen from 225. It's a completely different player. If I was to say who I was watching, I'm watching a dueler going at it, so like playing like Verse almost, but a way more aggressive Verse, finding a ton of success, walking through everyone today.
Alrighty, well, for you guys at home, a little question for you. Get yourself some goodies. Who isn't taking part today in today's matches? Who isn't taking part in today's matches? There we go. Is it Chen, Arano, Verse, or T225? I mean, one of those should be very easy to answer, seeing as they just won. A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat, guys. Check your whisper box, because that's where you'll be notified when you win. I don't know what the goodies are right now, but, you know, give it a shot. It's some goodies for your NARAKA account. More stuff to add to a game with a lot of collectibles, so love it. The Magpie games, I like to call these ones, where you just kind of collect lots of shiny things and store them. Sometimes you just have loads of skins for characters you never use, but you like having it all. Anyway, TD5 taking that round number 1 on the martial arts. Had a brain fart there. Now we're heading back onto the regular maps and doing some normal NARAKA. So from games 2 to 5, actually, I'm thinking trios here. Yeah, so it's Fireflies from games 2 to 5, isn't it? So it's going to be a high aggression, high tempo lobby from this point in. Now, I've been very, very locked in on the trios side of things, Raven. So I'm curious, what do you think is going to be getting picked up here? going into these matches? Have we seen major meta changes since last year, or is it kind of a bit like trios where there's a couple of adjustments, but it's a lot of the same?
We saw really big changes, at least for solos, just because for trios, the ideas have remained very similar. One thing that's changed in trios is you don't have to really worry about third party as much, so people are dabbling in with other concepts, dealing with Spirit World. In solos, these guys used to have to prepare 12 characters. Now we're back down to something a lot more manageable, around 5. So there's a lot less sussy picks. A lot of players can go to their comfortable picks, their personality picks, on top of the meta picks over and over. Now, Akos has been performing very, very well. And even Temi, at least for day 1, Temi was getting picked super early as well. Now, the newer character was picked. Sometimes Shuhan Li still picked. Not as much as Syra before. Syra did very, very well during J-Cup. So did Enor. But I'm curious to see. A lot of things have been changing as people are getting used to the format. There's a lot of experimenting during Immortal War to really see what was going to work for NBPL. But now it's a little bit different when everything is on the line. And remember, 4 players are going to be eliminated today. So it's not like before where, I mean, the guys could kind of coast during the bi-weeklies, play pretty safe, try to just make it in. Now, you're still playing to be the top half of the lobby. But now, there really isn't as many kills. Now, at least for day 1, I was curious to see if people are going to be able to pop more than 10 points with 8 players in the lobby. And we did see it go through. A lot of players were still being able to essentially lobby wipe everyone. The one thing that's been eliminated with the rules, though, is in general, character matchups no longer dictate who people get focus fired. It's really just who ends up winning Yang. The players with the most amount of loot are really able to dictate who is going to get focus fired because no one wants to make the first move. We saw it even to the point where 6 players all died to Yang depletion because no one wanted to go first. There's a little bit of a game of chicken where everyone's kind of staring at each other. Who's going to go first? Who's going to show that they were the ones vulnerable? As we're going to look at the leaderboards and the couple points that everyone was able to win from the martial arts.
Yeah, half points there for Ran and Mike. Ruo going into second place there. Ruo looking real good, actually. I'm excited to see some more of this Yoto from him, but TT25, seriously, like you said, has genuinely done a lot of work to improve upon their dueling and their playstyle. And, you know, this is a revitalized TT25. Obviously, for every player right now, you are in last chance saloon. If you are bottom 4 at the end of the day, you are done for the first half of the season. You'll be back next half and you'll have another shot. But if you go out here, you're significantly behind the amount of games the rest of the lobby are playing, which means, like, you come in less warmed up for the second round, which means you're actually, I would say, more likely to struggle going into the second round of our double elimination bracket. So it's very important for players right now to make sure that they do find that win, get themselves at least through to the next stage, so you just get another day of stage games before you're completely done. But man, Ruo, I can't get over this Yoto. It's so clean from him. I love seeing a good Yoto. And he was just relentless, totally relentless with it. I say that as you see him in the replay getting taken out by TT25. But regardless, point still stands. Ruo looking very good. TT25 also looking very good. Mike, though, on the other hand, you know, not the greatest martial arts. I wouldn't say it's the best way to judge how everyone's going to do on the day. In fact, on trios, we've seen a team win martial arts multiple times and then not really achieve anything since. So there is definitely room for a bit of flexibility here off the back of that. But, you know, it's a good warm-up. It's a good confidence booster at the start of the day. You got 5 actual games in NARAKA to come up now. And it's on the players to, you know, make sure that they lock in here, because we are very much last chance saloon for the 8 players playing today.
I always wish in martial arts, now that solos finally has ultimates, I wish they would put range into it. It is a little bit exciting that you get to see a lot of interesting footsies, a lot of nice spacing mind games. It was very rare that you would see people able to hold dodge light attacks as common as you see it now. You saw Ruo really walk through Mike there. And parrying in Yodel, that was very surprising. Same thing with 225. Both these guys really good feel of analyzing the last hit situation and finding nice parry traps versus like they're very uncommon parry situations where people try to sneak in focus attacks. Just because for a long time in NARAKA, a lot of the meta shifted away from releasing focus attacks to really just focusing on dodging, iframing a lot of stuff, and staying safe. But because of Liam, everyone learned how to throw focus attacks just because that gold F gave everyone a lot of opportunity to really test their limitations. And now we're seeing the fruits of everyone's labor, how all of this is blossoming up, getting really ripe. And we see such fresh gameplay from one of the veterans. I cannot express enough that 225 has been studied for a very long time. He's been one of the top 3 fighters forever. And we're seeing a lot of those titles being pushed away from the old guard. Mike has definitely fallen a couple notches. Spider definitely maintains his spectacle as a player, being very dominant at J-Cup. 225 still was there as well, finding that streak. But one thing that surprised me today for this martial art is looking very consistent. When you play that footsie playstyle, you're able to really download your opponent and find nice exploits to abuse them rather than taking momentum and really risking it first. When you're able to sit back and take time to take in what your opponent's going to do, you're able to narrow down who you're fighting against. And 225 really showing promise. And I'm wondering, just like you said, Hip Rain, just because you won martial arts doesn't mean it translates to battle royale. You're going to have range involved. There's going to be a wider selection of characters. And it's not in Yang. You're not going to have full loot. So how are you going to play against Jades, etc.? Exciting stuff, though. I'm curious to see who is going to be going forward and who is going to be eliminated.
I think that's the most exciting thing about today is the fact we are losing 4 players at the end of the day. So it just gives that little bit more excitement going into this game. Obviously, smaller lobby size does mean that you're less likely to find yourself in a third-party situation, but it is still something you have to account for. And today, a third party could be the difference between you getting knocked out or not, or even you finding a good third party might be the difference between you making that top 4 as well. So I reckon game 1 is going to be absolute chaos as everyone's just trying to get themselves a somewhat established spot on the board, and then from there on out we'll see some players maybe cool off a little bit. But the big thing to note is kill multipliers are gone, right? Unless is that only trios? I feel like it was all of them. I've read it. Yeah. I was reading the document like 2 days ago as well. Can't remember. But yeah, there's no kill multipliers anymore. Which means you don't have that get big game, get big kill multiplier, walk away and just sit on that for the rest of the day. What we've been seeing is lobbies are actually relatively close. Maybe, first and 8th have a massive canyon between them. But like, if you're in 7th or 6th, getting into top 4 isn't totally unfeasible. And, being in top 4, even in first place, a good enough performance on the bottom of the lobby and a bad enough performance on the tail end of the day can see you slipping out of the lobby. So the changes to the way we calculate the points and stuff also has a major impact on the game. And honestly, for the best, in my opinion, it just makes everything a little bit more exciting, a little bit more fresh for everyone at home. So I'm excited to see what these guys got locked and loaded for this first game, as we'll be heading over to Padoria for game number 1. And like I was saying, it's a Firefly heavy day. 4 of our maps, because I was accounting for martial arts there. 4 of our maps are Firefly maps, which means people are going to have ultimates very quickly, and we'll probably be going very aggressive off the bat.
Yeah, one of the big changes, like you were saying, it's a lot more excitement because everyone's getting loot now. 8 players in the lobby, still same map size, but it does allow players to go around the map even if you die, even though you take one of the risks after Yangs come out, going for those Yang depletion situations. A lot of the times you can navigate to some of your old loot or wherever the fights happen. Everyone is going to have purple armor by that point, so it's very easy to recover your games. We're seeing a lot less tilt play where people run it down, get eliminated very early, but instead kind of lick their wounds and find their loot, find the recovery, and make their way back into games. So we're seeing a lot more even points going through. Now, That being said, the top of the lobby still snowballs very, very strongly.
Yeah.
Having the gold weapon, being able to control spirit wells, and not having so many players to challenge those situations allows you to, once you get looted up, if you know how to referee the lobby very well, you can put yourself in positions to net more kills, to kind of force people to fight against each other, and not take any more risks once you've won the tough battles. Winning inside Yang, winning that second Yang, and controlling the spirit well really allows you to secure big, big wins. Now, the problem is, you still have to win Yangs, and everyone is on their strongest characters normally. It's not that big 12s pool where someone may be on some weird personality pick. Everyone is running on their crispiest character, and I'm excited to see the evolution of everyone's character. We spent most of last year everyone being spread very, very thin, and skill expression being how much value can you get out of so many characters. Now, when you have so many characters, you need to develop strategies, develop gameplay that you can do on game day. You don't really go for very, very precise finesse. Instead, you just want a lot of simple concepts that are going to work on game day, but now you can really hyper specialize this season. And I'm excited to see how these characters, or how these players, really are going to differentiate themselves from the rest of the lobby. Everyone's under these new rules. It's fresh to everyone, so we may actually see a shift to the guard this year. Last year, Shen Yuan and Verse made a lot of waves. They were definitely the favorites going into it, but Spider still looked dominant. The old guard was still right there. Frostivus, the Dark Horse, almost stole it away as well, and we were crowned a new victor, Wufong, with the MVP system. Now, a lot of players still are saying he got lucky when it comes to it, just because he just happened to win the last round. He wasn't dominating every other round. But I mean, under the rules, I got to give it to him. Tip my hat to Wufong. He still won it all. But this year, I think it's going to be different. I really do believe the best fighter is going to take it this year.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Wufong was spectacular last year. So, you know, it doesn't come down to luck. It comes down to tactics. But here we are into the lobby, seeing what people are going to be picking up here. The Lani going to be T225's pickup. There's the Zender being hovered by Lipo. Hasn't actually locked it in yet. Is figuring out what they want to be playing. I really wanted to see some Zender, but obviously she's not really a trios character at the moment. Maybe down the line we'll figure comps out for her, but right now she's not really. It's a very Transformers heavy meta in trios. So I'm quite excited to see some Zender. Yoto going to get locked in here for Mike, though, in the 5th pick. Oh, no. It's going to change it over to the Shale. No, okay, cool. Well, I shouldn't talk hovers. That's rule 101 of casting. Wait until they lock it in before you figure out what they're going to be doing. But Mike hovering between two options and does decide to settle on the Yoto. Arano now over to them. What do they want to be looking for as their pickup? It's crazy to see now with the nerfs, but like Liam is just like not getting touched as much. Much lower priority character for solos. Justina going to be the lock-in here for Arano. But 2 more characters to lock in off the back of this one. And what is Rio and Chen going to be looking towards? Shale. Also interesting to see Shale drop down the priority list. Last year it was Lani, Liam, and Shale were kind of like the big 3 of solos. Seeing Lani getting picked in 3rd, he's still got some relevance, but Liam not showing his head yet, and Shale not showing up till 7th here for Rio. Very interesting, and there's the Temi you were talking about as well here, Raven. So trios in a very interesting meta. I like this. Also, no Transformers. I hate Transformers in solos, so nice to see some high tempo characters getting played across the board. I think we're in for a bit of a bloodbath, mate, to be honest.
Yeah, we're not in the current meta where there's one character really dominating the rest. It's very close. You still run into some problem matchups. It's mainly weapons, I would say, are very limited. The S tier weapons have a huge advantage versus everything. Flying knives still very strong. Everyone's learned how to play staff in the off season, and Nunnies has really taken off. And with the advantage of not having so many players in lobby, the downside of running nunnies was it's not really good for running away. It gets trapped by a lot of weapons just because the scale rush is buns. That's why a whip sword came into the meta, but we've seen a lot of players run green focus for that initial rage, just because on some characters the last glyph for the red glyphs isn't as useful, so you might as well go for that green focus. We haven't seen it utilized a ton outside of martial arts. We've seen a couple situations just because whip sword, long sword, when you get someone against the wall inside Yang, you can take them for a ride for a really extended loop. But if you have green focus, you can get out of it. The exciting part is the first time someone's going to punish that green focus with a grapple cancel to catch it and hard punish it, predicting that someone's going to get out of the combo. Now, it's still not muscle memory for a lot of these players, but I'm sure by the end of this season, we will see players start punishing it, start recognizing that people are going to try to break out of the combo. As my prediction for this matchups is Rand really impressed me with the Akos. Now Mike's Yodo, very good as well. I'm excited to see what Ruo can show us more. Shayo, still very strong. We haven't seen a lot of end games like I was saying before, and for at least day one, we opened up Nbpl. Temi really overperformed. Everyone had a good Temi game for the most part when they picked him, and it's surprising that he gets shoved all the way to 8th pick, and it makes no sense to me because every year Temi does well at the biggest events, and then throughout the year when we're during Pro League, no one wants to play Temi. It's just like no one wants to invest into this character, even though he has one of the fastest combo breaks in the game. They buffed his ultimate. He's a lot easier to use, and he's so oppressive on the Spirit Wells. Hopefully, we'll see a little bit of a change to it, but still, as an 8th pick, I'm excited to see if anyone has something new to show me today, especially with a new character. Brand, I haven't played the new character for the first time out of all the years of NARAKA. Haven't sat there really broke down a character, so I get to experience it really through Pro League now.
She's very cool. I don't know what variant of the ultimate they take in solos. I figure it's probably not the big like firewall thing. So we'll have to find out. Anyway, we've had a real hot drop. Lots of players dropping on top of each other towards the center of the map here on Padoria. As Rio isn't actually going to full send it in for a fight here. He's just going to grab himself some gears. And something to also talk about is because there's less players and there's less people fighting, there's actually less Dark Tide coins kicking about because you don't have time to loot every trove. So you kind of got a lot of Dark Tide coins via taking people out and then taking what they had on them and then basically doubling your number off that. So with less Dark Tide coins, it is a bit harder to, you know, utilize utility you can get from the shop and stuff like that. So I don't think it's a dramatic amount of Dark Tide coins lower, but it is going to be something that could be notable over a long period of time. But then again, the game's also faster tempo, so maybe that is a redundant point regardless. Is Mike and Ran just finding each other. Mike, with the blue armor, feels that he's quite confident to go up versus Ran with that gray armor. Knows it's not going to take much to chip that away, but Mike also not willing to oversend it and get third party, knowing that this is a hot drop location. There's lots of people about. There is a bell there. Someone probably rang that moments ago. So they'll know that there's at least one other person about. And if it was Mike, he'll know there was 5 people in the area. So they're just going to back off. And interesting to see that we're already going to open up with the Mike fight here on to Ran. No one's gone down yet, but Ran is getting hunted here. Does jump onto Mike with the Tiger. Mike is heavily battered away. Is just going to look for the re-engage. Gets another Tiger onto Mike. Mike heavily chunked out. No ultimate to speak of. Just looks for that final slash, but Ran's able to dodge away. And Mike falls to the flying knives. That's going to be a kill for him as TTD5 now catches Ran with the knock-up. That first kill for him. Stolen away there by Arano. And he is now being hunted. Does have the Lani ball available to him if he needs it. But for now, he's just happy with that kill. He's going to back away.
Nice stuff from Ran. Able to gold frame all of Mike's damage right there. Something I noticed was very different. Usually we see Mike being able to react using gold focus frames to iframe attacks to get priority over other attacks, but we see Mike instead absolutely picked apart. And for the first time, this is my first hot drop for this season. Multiple players all landing on the same location, but waiting, biding their times, not really jumping immediately to action, knowing that the threat of that dive in just so efficient and effective, especially like I said, 8 people left in the lobby. It just makes everyone play a little bit differently because you're not worried about the oddball out, multiple players just being able to dogpile in. You're able to effectively reset, and all these players just not really leaving a ton of room for error. There's so much experience in the lobby, especially last year. It was just so suffocating with how well your looting had to be across the map, and now it's just freed up. There's just loot everywhere right now. So much loot all across the map, as we are going to see HM find Lipo here against the rocks. A lot of shrubbery here. Going to give Lipo a chance to get out of here, but ult's going to be popped from HM. Not going to give Lipo any chance, and he's going to secure the kill before the first Yang. Now, the great part about this, like I was saying, Lipo can see where
Mike.
my man went. He can get the reset and find his loot again.
Oh, Mike, if you go out, you're just out of this lobby off the bat. That half point isn't going to matter much here. That grey armor not doing much into Arano with the blue whip sword. Had the purple armor as well, so he's so tanky. There's the freeze out onto Mike. Mike trying to find some level of escape, but gets caught out by his own F. This is an old school Yoto counter matchup for Justina, as Mike is going to be able to scale rush away, but I think Arano is more interested in killing Mike here. Catches another freeze onto him. Looks for the uppercut, able to connect on. Mike going low, has recovered some armor, catches the uppercut back into response onto Arano, but he's caught out by the whip sword, and that is not the opening Mike needed. He has ultimate, but I don't think that's going to buy him any level of safety. He just needs to rely on movement, but he's only got 2 grapples to speak of. Looks to try and get the pot off. Is going to be able to get a single health pot. Maybe able to find a second, and Arano actually backing off here. Mike was able to survive, and that was almost him done. He's running towards the realm of Yang. Now Arano turns his attention around, and Mike realizes this is his best opportunity to get away. But he's actually happy to stay and see if maybe there's a window to get a third party and some lit gear. Not going to get it. Everyone's going to back away.
Clutch stuff from Mike, able to change levels, find multiple armor resets right there. And too bad for Arano. He drops the tried and true, old, reliable weapon swap into the pole sword. He misses the R&B focus attack onto Mike. And Mike just looking like a shell of his old self. Old Mike finding parries in those very, very tough positions. He is going to find the blue armor, and we are going to see a classic. Are we going to see the same momentum 225 had during martial arts versus one of his old-time rivals, as 225 is going to open up with some cannon shots, dropping down with the flying knives. Nice spacing again, forcing out the combo break from Mike. Looks for the scale rush, not able to get it. Mike is going to get both combo breaks out right here. Now we are at the range poke game, as 225 zoning out, going to try to jam in, find the dodge from Mike. Nah. Mike going to hold his ground, throw the focus attack, and now ultimates are coming out. Ball juggle is going to go into Mike's favor, or 225's favor, as he's going to get a ton of damage onto Mike. And again, Mike tries to get a big heal off, but 225 does a really good job of iframing it. Now Mike with that stagger, trying to loop 225 here, but both of them under a sliver of health. Who's going to come in with the clutch? Mike is going to fly through, able to dodge out the focus attack from 225, but 225 again going to zone out here, willing to take this to deeper waters right here. 40 seconds, so a lot of time to be working with. Now on opposite sides of the pillars, but 225 finds the pillar focus attack, and now Mike is going to get caught on his way in, hoping that 225 retreats, and again, A fancy trap from 225 is going to close it out versus Mike.
That was a beautiful fight there as Lipo now being run down. I think he's got the poison tick on, so he's just going to fall. Hoimu able to secure that kill. Beautiful pick up for him. And I think that's our our first elimination of the game. 5-2-1's Lipo knocked out of the game. TT5 leading the charge with those 2 kills. Hoimu also with 2 kills himself. And Mike almost got knocked out prior to the Ramayang. Was able to get himself back into it and rejoin. Definitely in a slightly dodgy position for Mike here. With that Ramayang depletion on him, and Arano both need to try and find themselves a kill in the next 4 minutes or so. But we'll have a look at the replay. And this is Rio taking on Arano inside this Ramayang here. Rio just been so consistent today on that Sheol here. Forces the freeze out from Arano nice and early. And this is the difference you're talking about. You have ranged weapons inside the Ramayang. You don't have them in martial arts. So you can't just land those chip away pot shots. Nothing too major, but it adds up over time. The Rano finds himself caught out by a parry. Was able to recover briefly, but Rio beautifully just juggles him along the edge and has him borderline in the infinite there. The freeze was thrown down to break away from the combo, but immediately just keeps up the relentless aggression here on the Sheol. And Rano half HP, no armor, and Rio hasn't even popped ultimate yet, so he's feeling very comfortable in the 1v1 inside this Ramayang, keeping him in that locked-in position, using the whip sword just to keep the pressure up. This weapon is so good at stagger locking you, keeping you pinned in place. And Rio continuing to apply pressure onto Arano, but Arano doing a good job of just pacing him here with the scale rushing between the pillars, back and forth, but the window for opportunity for Rio is too low, and with the ultimate finally thrown down here from Arano, had the ability just to keep him pinned. And yeah, all but written there off the back of that one. Nice little win for Rio, who's been having a fantastic performance so far. Now Ran gets himself in a fight here with Rio. You can see that Arano also in the area, looking to see if he can find that cleanse available to himself. Ran throws down the ultimate, mostly for the mobility that it offers, just to try and play full escape, because his armor's been stripped away, but Rio keeping the pressure up. Mike also in the area, Hoimei here as well. There's so many people chasing on to Ran, who was able to break away. Mike, though, gets himself caught out by the Sheol ultimate there. Caught out once again for a second time, using his F just to try and get himself a bit of safety, as now he's going to try and open up here on to Rio. Rio, no more ults to the Sheol, as Arano, I believe, was able to steal away that Soul Bloom. So Mike has to now kill another person, but he has 45 seconds to do so. And Arano, he has no interest in fighting. He's just going to play that classic dash away action there from the Justina. And Mike, I think he might just be out of this, unfortunately.
Now, a little bit of game of chicken where all the Yang depletion, people who lost Yangs holding out, try not to reveal that they're desperate. You see how vicious the third party is. Ran, even though, or not Ran, Ruo, even though he had a ton of pressure, he immediately gets forced off by Mike, but wisely he turns the lobby onto Mike. And again, the veterans have fallen. Lipo going out very, very early, and Mike with a goose egg as well going out very early. Second round, Yang is coming out with the Spirit Well hovering next to 225. HM up to 3 kills on his Shuhan. 225 on the Lani. All these players with a ton of Lani fighting. And at this point, besides the new character, everyone's had the offseason to really get accustomed to all the matchups. A lot of rust. All of the kinks getting worked out as we are going to get Rule. My man has impressed me. His rookie season already looking like one of the best fighters in the Pro League. As 225, winner of martial arts today, is going to get the double charge through. But Ruo going to deny 225's retreat here. 225 has a nice lead here, stripping all of the armor away, popping the ultimate, and then immediately Ruo fades out, faking that he wants out for a second away from the ultimate, and immediately dashes back in, finds a stagger. forced to pop his ult right now, but 225, nice job armoring through the first choke, but Ruo is going to find one through. One more shield in the bank as 225 is going to slow things down, go to the top of the pillar, pepper in some shots, and Ruo again finds a half charge, but the cannon shots, the range pressure from 225, too much for him to deal with as Ruo is going to fall to chip damage.
Yeah, but now we're going to cut over to the second Ramyang. This is Hoimi taking on Ran here. The Jeonhan matchup versus the Akos. No ultimates are available. I think they've both blown their ultimates already in the middle of this fight. There's only 39 seconds left on this Ramyang, so it really is on their onus to take themselves a fight and try and secure that, or they're both going to have the depletion, and you have 3 players running around with depletion. It's going to be really nasty as they're able to catch on to Hoimi here briefly, but Ran gets caught in the uppercut and he's caught against the edge of the zone. So Hoimi able to tidy that fight up at the end. Nice little catch onto the edge there. Golden armor will be his reward, along with whatever buff he chooses. There is a golden greatsword in there. Not the most sought after weapon, but maybe able to hammer that into a pole sword, something a little bit more favorable for himself. Hoimi gonna just head off. Now, with that golden greatsword and the golden whip sword in his inventory, looking very scary right now. Only 5 players left in the lobby. It is going to be a very tight one.
It's just 1 billion damage when you're stuck against a wall versus a longsword or whip sword.
Oh,
1, 2, 3 combo. It just deletes your health pool. You saw my man almost had half of his health left, get staggered once against the wall, looped, and you can get infinited. That's why a lot of people are going green focus with still whip sword and longsword. The big difference though, when you got attack jades, when you got gold weapons. Wait a second.
He just died to the zone.
My man Ran might be trying. I didn't get to see whether or not he had Yang depletion.
He had depletion, yeah. He revived. He came back. Was trying to heal. Wait, did Ruo see that? He's in the area. If he can find the body, he can get the soul bloom. We're down to 4.
Yeah, wait, we're trolling. I think we're trolling. He forgot to heal. He forgot to heal.
That's so funny. That is so funny. What a way to go out. Ruo
we were locked in today.
Caught out here. Against the edge of the zone. Has lost half his health to that zone as TT to 5. Golden pole sword, golden armor. Feeling very confident right now versus Ruo. Ruo going to take a couple of cannon shots to the head. TT to 5. Great use of that inside the Ramyang as well. Really, really effective. But Ruo not willing to give the aggression up. Even so, has been able to strip through some of that golden armor onto TT5. TT5 does not want to be forced to ulti here. Meaning that when this turns into a 3-player lobby, him being ultless means he will be the person they all jump for. He has been able to full pot off. So has Ruo in the middle of all of that. There's now, with 1 minute 40 left on the timer here for Ruo, needs to find himself a fight, and he needs to make it happen relatively soon. Everyone else is just turtling away from him, but he has been able to pop Shen out of the bush. Sees if there's a window to chase onto him. Catches him with the grapple here. But again, he is going up versus people with golden armor. Everyone in the lobby but Ruo has golden armor, so everyone's a little bit more tanky, and he has to kill them within a minute. It's going to be a hard ask. He's just going to chase him into the zone. This is the full desperation play, but Chen is going to open up onto him. There's the F broken out from Ruo. Everyone else is also starting to collapse in. This could just start a mosh pit that ends it all. As Ruo going for the pistol shot, now chasing on to Chen. Chen trying to break away here, strips away Ruo's armor, and Ruo very susceptible to going down. Forces the F out there from Chen. Still has that sandstorm to work with as well if he needs to. He's just going to try and kite them towards the zone as Ruo is able to get a fair chunk of damage out of Chen here, but going to just pop back up as the other two wait around the edge, and they're actually just going to take it and walk into the zone. Ruo's been able to full heal. Cannon shots coming in. Did look for the wisp. Didn't make the connection here. Has the ultimate to work with. No more charges though for the big charge grapple. And now just jumps back in onto Chen. 22 seconds. I don't think Ruo is really going to be able to get much out of this one. His health bar's too damn low, caught by the parry, and Royme able to jump in and pinch that kill away. It's down to 3.
Yeah, tough break for my man. Everyone wisely zoning him out and effectively using their ultimates too to guarantee his all-in doesn't take them down. HM still has his ult to his name, trying to pressure 225, but Chen might get a free Spirit Well due to this fight on the outside. And if he gets Spirit Well, he's going to be able to dictate who is going to die here. HM wisely comes back over and is like, wait a second, you use your ultimate. I know I got ult advantage here. I got to get you off of here, as he is going to pop his ult, try to force Chen out, but Chen saying like, nah, we're not going to back out either. We got to fight this one out. As 225 is going to come in with the sap, forcing Chen out. Now, ults are going to be coming back online, though. They've done enough damage. 225 does have the cannon, can get some chip damage in. He's already up to 87% for his ultimate. And HM going to slow things down, and it looks like Chen and HM not as aggressive for this Spirit Well. 225 imposes his will here, as HM is going to come back in, find the combo into 225, but combo work's going to be coming out. 225 slows things down, and Chen's going to tap in now. Not going to allow this to go through. 225 is already at 90%. Can easily claim this as now. Oh, I think no one got it. All 3 of them have Yang depletion now. Chen.
Game ends in 2 minutes then.
2 minutes and 40 seconds. This is what happened last time. It doesn't look like they're going to play slow, though. Everyone is trying to force the issue. But play a little bit safe when their armor is getting stripped. But 225 is going to eat a big focus attack, as Chen is going to drop him. And now we're going to get a 1v1 HM versus Chen to close out game 1.
Yeah, here's the final closer here. Homi probably has this game with the fact he's got 5 kills, but getting first place and getting the placement points on that would be a really nice one for him. For Chen, placement points would put him into top 4, so would be a nice one for him to also wrap that one up with. Homi, very low HP, and it looks like Chen actually may just have him pinned here with that Sandstorm, but Homi not giving it up quite yet, using the Whip Sword to just stagger lock onto his opponent. The Sandstorm finally breaks out, the Wisp didn't make the connection, and Homi wants to continue on to Chen quite comfortably here, catches him inside the zone, and now with the ultimate available, this should just be him being able to wrap that one up, as there it is. Game number 1 going his way. Homi, beautiful performance.
Last season, HM was his rookie season. Was very, very nervous, able to clutch his spot into Jacob. But this year, you see my man has evolved. Looking nice, calm, cool, and collected, able to walk through those abilities, finding the advantage. He was stuck in the Temio, just holds his ground, sees that his opponent overextends in that spot, sneaks in 2 focus attacks, and he's able to carry his opponent down the hill. Chen wants to get the pressure back, but ends up overextending. HM does not fold under the pressure, finding an easy ultimate closeout for game 1 here. Now, just like Ibrahim was saying, the martial arts winner doesn't necessarily mean you are going to go out and win in Battle Royale. You can see 225 definitely not being able to carry that momentum out of martial arts, but still.
It looked a little ticked off, if you ask me.
Yeah, solid game 1. Solid game 1. It's a slugfest overall. Everyone's going back and forth, and very surprising to me. Yes,
that ain't it, Smiles.
Mike is not it's a weird world to me after seeing Mike dominate the league forever, to seeing him kind of be in a gear below or even with everyone. Normally we see just Mike in his own tier, but now he's looking kind of mortal. Mike's looking mortal for the first time ever.
I think it's kind of like the culmination of what you've been talking about last year a lot, was everyone is just stepping up their game. This isn't Mike getting worse. This is everyone else just getting better. And everyone else is now kind of moving to a point where some players have surpassed him entirely, and some players are now onto his level. So Mike, if he wants to keep his hopes alive, he's going to have to, first of all, find a win here today and make sure that he stays into the top 4, or he's going to have to look towards that second rotation and really go for it. Now, guys, Question for you at home. What hero did TT25 use in Game 2? Lani, Syra, Akos, or Zenda? Let us know in Twitch chat A, B, C, or D. Check your wish box because that's where you'll be getting your prize. I assume C was meant to be Akos. I think that was a typos, but yeah. I can't think of a character called Ako so I'm going to assume it was Akos. But yeah, huge performance off the back of that. TT25 did make it to top 3, but didn't really get all that many points, to be honest with you. Didn't secure himself too many kills, where that was honestly HM. Bit sleeper in the martial arts. Not particularly impressive performance. Got absolutely rocked by... Was it Rue? I think it was Rue who did it. But he got absolutely rocked by him. And now this time around, takes to the main game. Main game's different from martial arts. Like, some of the skills are transferable, but it is still its own beast. It's its own thing to think about. Lots of things that you're talking soul jades, range weapons, spirit worlds, and objectives and things to do. Really is big gift difference maker there. And Chen able to make that go in his favor, taking that game number 1, which means we'll be heading on to game 2 a little bit later. And that is heading over to Morris Isle, Old Faithful, for game number 2. Well, actually, sorry, this is actually technically game number 3. So, excited to see what these guys have got in the tank. And I feel like Mike, he needs to find that hunger you were talking about at the beginning of the day, or he is looking down the barrel of sitting out half of the season.
Yeah, something I notice for these players' evolution, especially 225, during martial arts, he looks like a different player. But in Battle Royale, he kind of looked like how his approach from last year, where he played very, very safe, played for a lot of end games, and mainly played a ton of range game. Now, normally, taking less risk, being very effective with range is very good, and especially when you get a high rarity cannon. But I would like to see a lot more of his overall strategy to be a little bit more dialed in of how he's going to play multi-way. I feel like he's playing it a little bit more too passive in certain situations where he has the skill, he has the vision to push the issue, but I feel like it's just not as mapped out as other players when it comes to these situations. And I feel like for this season, the name of the game is going to be picking up kills when you do get ahead, just because it is very, very hard to get ahead with this lobby. You saw how cautious everyone is when Yang depletion us. No one really wants to go first, and everyone's going to sit back and lurk to see who is forced to get to fight. If you are forced to fight, everyone is literally willing to time you out, to wait till the Yang depletion goes out, and they're just going to go for the last hit. They don't really want to take a full neutral game. Now, that does give you an opening to really aggress, to close the distance. And we saw Ruo and Rand have some success with chasing people down just because everyone was disengaging a little bit too much.
Yeah, it's also a big thing where when you look at trios, we're playing with 3 Roma Yangs on the first rotation and 2 on the second. Being 2 means that there's just less people running around that panic. Like, 2 players with depletion is way harder. If there was 3 depletion players in solos, I think you'd see a world where, you know, there would be a bit more of that kind of mosh pit attitude and teams just throwing it all in. Obviously, you also don't have the ability to get revived by your team, so, you know, losing a fight in solos is definitive. There is no coming back from that, so it does force a very different playstyle from what we see in the other game mode. And it's very interesting to see, but, you know, the big difference is where post Roma Yang in trios is just full aggression mode. In solos, it doesn't matter. You still play very reserved. You still wait it out, and like you're saying, look for those fast last hits that then translate into more kills and more points for you. But overall, game's still very aggressive. It doesn't feel like there's all that much downtime, because, you know, once that first revives have worn off, you're into objective snowball where you have like Roma Yang debuffs, Roma Yang 2 debuffs, Spirit Well, and then by then the game's over. So you don't get a moment to breathe once your revives have worn off. It's just go, go, go. So, yeah, you put a lot of emphasis on winning Roma Yang is super important because it translates into those golden weapons and that golden armor on the second time around. Like, That is so apt. Like, it is so risky to not get yourself into a Realm of Yang because you'll just be behind on tempo in terms of gearing, because gearing opportunities are so locked behind completing the objectives on the map. Otherwise, you're just behind the curve on the rest of the lobby, which means you don't have like great soul jades, you don't have great weapons, which means you're just going to not be able to take a fight versus someone who is full gold geared up and ready to brawl. So yeah, I'm very excited to see what is to come into game 3. But for now, we're going to throw ourselves over to a cheeky break, and we're back with our third game. So we'll see you in a moment.
We are back.
Oh, there we are.
Ladies
I did
and
not get a
gentlemen.
countdown. I was doom scrolling online. Oh my word. Hello.
I had the screen open. I immediately saw us going in. We are going into game 3. It's a little bit weird because martial arts is considered game 1. First battle royale game out. We are going into game 3. Now, normally, I would say it takes the competitors kind of like 2 games to kind of warm up, but it is do or die today. Bottom 4 are going to be eliminated, so we got to wake up. We got to wake up now as tensions. You could see in the heart rates, players are taking this very, very seriously. You want to continue going down and really make a name for yourself early on as everyone is reeling, getting used to the new rule set, getting used to the new meta, and getting used to new players. Now, remember, in Pro League, these players, most of the veterans have been around forever with very little shaking up. This season, a couple old faces coming back and a couple new faces really shaking up. We're seeing Ran and Ruo doing very, very well, and a lot of the old guard veterans who've had a ton of success, they are looking a little sluggish. I'm not gonna lie. Normally, I gotta say, the newer players have a really big shock to their system of coming to the big leagues, but it looks like the lower bracket, some of the heavy hitters are really, really being tested to see if they still have it in them. Do they want to keep their NARAKA careers going, or are they going to give it up to the new blood coming through?
It's nice to see in solos that the new blood actually are genuinely very good as well, because I feel like in trios we still have a lot of the kind of big same names kicking about. I know we do have some new players and they're making an impact, but it's more new orgs, and then how they put like kind of veteran players together with maybe one rookie, where in solos, because you're literally only putting fielding one player, the space for rookies to come in and really make a name for themselves is here. So it's cool to see, you know, still have the veterans like TT5, like Mike. I mean, I'd say right now more Mike than TT5. Sorry, TT5 and Mike showing up, but you know, we do still see this life and in these older players, but also the new players coming in very hungry to prove themselves. As TT5 is going to get himself on the ACOS. John Hunt there gets picked up on the other side. Did see Alani as our 3rd pick last time, so Mike may look towards that one. And she just decides to hover some stuff, but Mike was a little bit indecisive before. And there it is. Shale gets locked in for him 3rd.
Rana gonna go with the new character. I'm surprised that Mike went with Shio 3rd pick. Just goes to show that besides Shuhan Lee and Akos, the lobby is in a disagreement of who the strongest characters are at the moment.
Oh, Ruo on his Yoto, man. He looks so good on this.
And Chen gonna go on Temmie in the 6th. Last time we saw Chen being picked as the 8th pick, we saw Temmie part of the end game right there. Doesn't work out for him. Gets a little bit pressured and caught out position by the Yang Depletion player, forcing out his ultimates. And Lonnie gonna be 7th pick. Very, very strange. Lonnie, very, very early pick before, but now forced all the way to the tail end of the lobby. We'll see how HM is going to close this out. This is where I was saying that the season is more about those personality picks, those comfort picks do pay off if you have an edge. Not all maps are the same. Certain maps you're going to have a lot more advantage. For example, with the Liam being able to use that ball to throw your opponents into many hazards. I see the map here. I think we're on Morris now.
Yes, we are. We're on Morris.
Morris, one of Liam's better maps. Multiple parts on the map. A lot of lanes to throw people into. A lot of signs to throw people into. Making it incredibly dangerous to fight Liam anywhere around the map. Plus, a lot of kiting. Morris definitely the best kiting areas. of the 3 maps, just because the amount of buildings and tall trees. Very, very hard to get caught out on Morris if you don't want to really risk getting locked down. Now, last year, Lipo really had a breakout year where he showed that he was very, very competitive in Yang. Started out the first Battle Royale day with a goose egg, but same thing with Mike, not gonna lie. So both these guys, the warm-up round is over. It's time to lock in. Top 4 go through, and that does change strategy a little bit. It really tests these individuals and these players of how much throttle control are they going to go for. Do they just go full gas, just, you know what, we got to frag out, we got to get as many points when we get ahead, or do we want to coast? Do we want to chill out, kind of go punch into cruise control, not really take a ton of risks, go for 1 or 2 kills in the Yang depletion situations, and try to end the lobby with 3? Now, when we saw last year, it's almost always better to try to snowball your lobby. If you don't get that good off spawn, if you don't get that first Yang win, you do have the option of playing it slow and just trying to get a nice third party later on. But we've seen a ton of players with success go into that second Yang with blue armor, with full jades. A lot of it is cosmetic to a certain degree. Once you start getting full jades, max melee resistance locked in, it doesn't really matter as much when your opponent has purple armor, purple weapon. The gold weapon does make a big difference on certain characters though, especially on Yodo, Enor, any character that gets that benefit from the higher weapon rarity that increases their damage. We get a very weird zone, top right, as everyone's landing on the bottom left, trying to get some loot out. But game 3 coming in. Remember, Fireflies on Morris. We're going to see a lot of these players still running Initial Rage. Me and Duncan were talking about this, like, why would you even want Initial Rage if you're on a Firefly day? And I gotta say, grabbing 1 Firefly as opposed to 2 Fireflies definitely gives you a tactical advantage, especially when multiple players are contesting for the Firefly location. And remember, guys, bottom 4 are going to get eliminated, so every kill matters so much today.
Yeah, it's really, really important. As we're going to see Ran getting himself caught out here briefly by Mike, but Mike actually gets it turned back onto. The purple halberds going to make very short work of that grey armor on Mike. He's just going to grab himself another couple of goodies, see if there was any armor in there. Ran did lose a lot of armor, actually, in response. Mike doing a solid job turning it back around. Ran's just desperately trying to get an armor swap off. Mike's forced to use the combo breaker after eating a parry. Armor swaps into the grey, and his second parry comes through from Ran. Here's the F1 coming in from the Yoto. Finds the cheeky knock-up, and with the ultimate, Mike goes down. Ran is trying to get some health back, but Ruo doing a fantastic job here with that ultimate. Just to rip through those health bars. As you see, Arano also joined into the fray. Goes for that big slash to round it out with. Ran able to break away from that one. No ultimate on the Yoto does mean that this might get a little bit dicey here. You can see Ran just backing off briefly, but it's still being hunted pretty heavily by the other players. TTD5 doing a good job of dealing with him. Forces the combo breaker out. No health to really speak of. Only the mid-range power from the flying knives. Going to get dodged away there. But they got bow shots. They're going to close the gap as TTD5 wants to get the kill. But Ran finds another parry. But that time he does go down. And the kill is gifted over to Arano here with the dual halberds. He did so much work on that Mike kill to get it stolen away. It is huge, but Arano switches in with the ult. Still has a couple of shots left, able to dodge away. Has that auto lock in. It's just looking for the shot onto TTD5. It's dodged away with the tap dodge last second. Arano has one last shot in the bow. Does hit that one. Is now going to look to try and break away from TTD5, but he's just keeping him in the aerial here. Has got the F available here for Arano if he needs to break away. But he's just going to try and dodge away from that one. Throws down the F. Has got the pull in, actually. I think this is F1, and I can't remember which order it is, but shot it out. Missed it. And oh, the bow shot from the rooftops. TTD5 securing himself a kill.
And 225 is going to keep up the trend. closing out, being so deadly with his range attacks. I know Arano was surprised by how much damage that bow shot ended up doing. No range resistance off spawn. The lack of Jades makes you estimate how much damage you're going to take a little poorly, as HM is going to put a ton of pressure onto Lipo using the combo or using his F to create some space. But HM already back on top of him. Nice scale rush through the window. And Lipo's going to cut noise right here as HM does find him. And Lipo does find the initial hit, but HM, like I said, Morris is just a playground for Liam. He is going to get the ult follow-up. He is going to ball Lipo into that lantern. 3 kills going to HM. Looking locked in at 9.5 with Ran, Mike, Lipo, and Chen still struggling. Still a lot of NARAKA to be played, though. We're not even past the halfway point, but gotta see some life out of these guys if they hope to continue not to get eliminated today. You see the little red line, the cutoff. It's still really weird for me, Hip Rain, to see the 8 players. Oh my god, Ruo hits himself on the lantern. A little dangerous, a lot of health damage. He's lucky HM didn't see him hit his head right there as the Rumble Yang's going to pop out. And let's see who is going to go in. Something that's interesting with the 8-man lobby, since 6 players can go in, 3 Yangs, so like 2 players each Yang, everyone gets a fair 1v1. On the outside, there's a Spirit Well, so 2 players can go challenge the Spirit Well. Or you could just not, you know, you can just go out and continue looting. But everyone, if they want, gets a fair 1v1 in this mid game. It's what makes like this new rule set, I would say, way more fight dominant. You can't really just like stall out and let someone do all of the heavy lifting. You got to do a lot more of the work if you hope to be one of the consistent contenders in the top 3 and to make it to top 4. I was wondering if coasting is possible in the current meta. It really doesn't look like you can full out coast. You have to always continuously be hunting out kills. You don't really need to all in it, but you at least need to be there at the party, ready to clock in if you see a free kill to come through. As we are going to see Mike going against Chen, Tembi versus Xiao.
It's really the redemption here for Mike, isn't it? Losing that first round, not winning in the martial arts and being in the lower bracket already. So hard for him. Mike needs to make a recovery. If he goes out early in the first opportunity to get knocked out of the double elimination bracket, that would be such a major upset. Chen didn't have a particularly great martial arts, but he did so well on that first Midoriya map, so he had a great little turnaround where Mike has kind of been struggling a little bit more so far across the day. Has now got himself caught out here by the sandstorm. Chen just going to break away briefly. He's going to go for a pot. Mike is going to get a pot off himself. Does need to be careful. The Wisp is locked and loaded here for Chen. Nice last second tap job. Look for the parry. Didn't make the connection, but is just going to open up. Get a whole chunk of damage off here. Throws down the F. Here's the ultimate as well from Mike as he's just looking to try and find that pressure onto Chen, who's now playing full evasion with no F, no ultimate. Does get his F back up. So he could look for that Wisp if he wants to, but trying to just get a pot off is actually going to scale rush. But Mike, unrelenting in the aggression here, does not want to be giving this one up. There goes a pop of the ultimate onto Chen, atop the pillar, finds the pistol shot as a follow-up as well. And now Mike, ultimate has timed out Chen, has basically one window here, but the combo break has been thrown out and Chen goes down. Mike is going to take this Roma Yang.
Crazy aggression coming out from Mike. Keeping it consistent, really only going for RMBs. Doesn't really try to risk going for a half charge down. Chen does a really good job of kiting, but it's just not enough. On the outside, though, Lipo in a sticky situation as Arano has him to a last focus attack situation. Nice job from Lipo, able to sneak around, but ooh, Arano again. Gonna put Lipo out of his misery. At least this time, Lipo's able to get 1 kill on the board. And, you know, even though we're talking about the top 4, able to move on. 4th place is still 2 points.
Yeah.
2 and 4 points. So getting a kill in this very, very stacked lobby where everyone is pulling out all the stops. Very, very tough. Still going to be more opportunities. But the pressure is going to start ramping out as we get into these later rounds. We are going to go back to Atem's playground. Still at Shipwreck. Still with this Liam ball. He's going to make his way to another lantern. Chen going to get barbecued right here. Dipped in the sauce. Followed up. Nowhere to go. HM has to be careful, though. He is burning himself as... Who is this? Ran shows up to the party trying to take advantage of this half-cooked Liam as multiple players are going to be coming in. 2-2-5 with the gold pole sword.
It's going to be rough here. Hoimo needs to get away. Ran with that depletion on needs to turn this into something. He's been heavily chunked out, and actually HM's turned around. The lantern gets dropped once again. Not going to connect onto anyone this time. Ran does get a pot off briefly before getting connected there by the grapple. So he's just going to try and back off. But Ran, he can't fully give up. Hoimi only running the grey armor. Very squishy right now to Ran. Ran does only have blue weapons, though, so it's not like he's really going to be able to eviscerate that armor. But his health getting eviscerated by that purple whip sword. Ran, he's now the target. Hoimo able to break away, but he's actually keeping the aggression up. He feels comfortable to jump here onto Ran. TTD5 with the golden greatsword also keeping the pressure up here onto Ran. Ran on full defensive right now, desperately trying to find an escape window away from these players as TTD5 connects on, takes the kill. That is an easy as you like kill for him. And now we are down to 5 players in the lobby, 3 already eliminated. I don't think we're going to see any bird mites getting popped here. They're all a bit too low on the timer, so they're just going to back off. And down to 5 players with 14 minutes left in the lobby. Roma Yang 2s are about to be spawning up, so the tempo of this game is going to be very, very high. As Arano actually getting caught here by Mike. Mike just going full aggression. Doesn't care about this Roma Yang right now. He's chasing kills. He knows that he needs to put as many points together as possible to start jumping up the ladder. Like you said, there's not a lot between 8th and 4th right now. It's 3.5 points, so very, very catchable.
I think it's a big benefit if you're willing to go all in, to go for that big game. You just know that as long as you got another round, you can always bring this back and get back into qualifying. So we don't see any change of strategy from Mike. He's going to step up the aggression for every position where he can sneak a kill in. No free Yangs here as HM is going to get challenged by Mike here, but spoke a little too soon. We got another lantern here. Mike's going to get put into the blender. Barbecued right now, and Mike, oh no, not like this. He was having such a good round, and I was just saying no free Yanks, but don't go against the Liam. HM hard punishing Mike as everyone comes in and immediately fries Mike for that overextension. And Ruo still has to be careful. He wisely knocks down the sign. That's definitely one of the counters you can do to Liam, is when you go to the areas with all the traps, you can just start going one by one, shooting all the lanterns, shooting all the signs, just in case he finds a stagger onto you and gets you in the ball. But a little bit of an overextension against the Mike. He has to be kicking himself, as we are going to catch some new school versus old school. 2-2-5 versus Ruo. Gold pole sword versus gold knives.
Well, we saw Ruo so effective in this matchup when we were inside the martial arts earlier. In fact, it wasn't TTD5. He did lose to TTD5's ACOS actually in this matchup, but finds the parry immediately into the follow-up. There goes the combo breaker. Ultimate still being held here by Ruo. I think he's learned his lesson. He needs to get the ACOS ult out first before he can go full aggression. Here we go. Ultimate pop by Ruo, though, because he's just taking too much damage. I think the infinite might add up as he gets caught by the tiger. Ruo's down. Didn't get a single swing of the sword. That was brutal.
Yeah, I think Ruo was used to the gold pole sword, the knife switch by 225 caught him off guard. We are going to go to the other Realm of Yang, Arano versus HM. And again, this top pillar play being the name of the game for stall right here. HM gets hit to the floor, uses his gold combo, or not combo break, but gold armor from popping ult to push Arano away. Now he has the threat of the ball around the corner, waiting things out, listening for all those abilities, and he is going to catch Arano reaching in. One sliding uppercut, two sliding uppercut, 3, 4. Arano, 5, 6, and the jumping LBs are going to be coming through, but the combo break comes out. He isn't going to get cleanly comboed, but he gets picked apart from this new version of HM. Just looking like a man possessed. He's punching his ticket to qualify at this point with how consistent he's been. He has to goose egg the next 3 rounds to not make it through. He's pretty much qualified with such a stellar performance with these past 2 rounds.
If he just keeps this up, he's going to be a real name to watch. Beautiful performance there from him. That was absolutely stellar. Got himself the White Tigers now finished up. Golden Honsor doing a lot of work here. Down to just the 4 players inside this game. This could very quickly end. And one of those players has got Realm of Yang debuff on, so they are going to be playing aggressive. They're going to be looking to translate this into a kill. So here it is, the man, Rio. So good on the Yoto in the martial arts, but unfortunately fell short here. Rhino also has debuff on. Oh, wow. So we are half the lobby have debuff. So we're going to be going down to a 2v2 fairly quickly. Unless Arano and Ruro find each other and they just trade out. But I think at the moment the map is small enough that if someone starts fighting, the other 2 may go looking, especially with that White Tigers buff. You can snowball that into a quick 2 kills, nice and easy. So they're just looking around the map right now to see if they can find anybody. 225 has actually found HM here, but I mean, these are the 2 players who haven't got Realm of Yang depletion on, so they're not particularly in a rush to take a fight. As you can see, they're both quite happy just to wait and see where the debuffers are and then see if they can take that fight. As Ruo is going to reveal himself here. Top the cliff. You can see also HM in the area. Arano playing this very slow and steady, using the invisibility from the bush. But may get spotted. Nope, just dodges away. HM doesn't see him. Arano, he's hoping that he can swoop in last minute and pinch a soul bloom to keep himself in the game.
Yeah, sort of we've seen in trios and solos a game of chicken where players with Yang depletion hold out to the last minute or so, just because if you go first, the buff players will jump on you immediately as you kind of smack each other. But what ends up happening, though, a lot of players have been going out just to the Yang depletion just because they don't give themselves enough time. Everyone's disengage is just so good. It's very hard to lock someone down and get multiple reads on them to actually finish a kill, especially with the ultimate survivability and the combo breaks in the game. You really need around 1.5 minutes to lock someone down and finish. But the reason why the buff players don't need to go in, they don't even need to finish the kill. All they have to do, if you're willing to camp this out, is last hit you. Get that last hit right before your Yang depletion goes out and you are credited the kill. I think this is something that they're probably going to look at in the future, just because pretty much everything besides this is everyone going at each other in a fair 1v1. But now, do we really need Yang depletion when the lobby is this small, or would people naturally fight? Now 225, he's going to get aped a little bit from Ruo, and looking at his Yang depletion, we are already down to 15 seconds. There is no way you're going to lock down 225. He is going to go into zone. Will 225 be able to get a some chip damage on him to be credited the kill? And Arano, not in the same position, still has 1 minute left to his name, but he noticed that no one did get into a fight, so he himself is going to throw him into zone. And remember, top 4 are going to be able to go through, so you don't want to give your competitors any of these free kills, so it makes sense to deny the kill if no one is going to aggress and go in.
He's looking for the Soul Bloom.
He's not gonna... that is true. You can look for the Soul Bloom.
Yeah, he's looking for the other Soul Bloom, but it's not going to happen, unfortunately. It was an honest shot there. An honest shot. But TTD5 looks to be capturing here. HM and TTD5 are probably aware that this is just about to become a 1v1, unless Arano pulls a miracle off. But nope, there he goes. Fades away. TTD5 picks up the buff, so he has that token available to him as well. Just going to repair his bow. And here's the 1v1 to round it out. TTD5, a pretty lackluster game number 1 after winning the martial arts, but has definitely bounced back. But HM consistent in both on battle royale maps so far. But HM, I'm surprised that he's hiding right now and playing the long game. Like, ultimately, it is just a 2v2. He's maybe looking to see if he can find a sneak attack off onto TTD5. He's just bouncing around, inviting the challenge of the fight.
He doesn't want to eat the buff. If he can wait out a lot of the buff, he can find a better fight.
Very true.
I think he has like a minute and a couple seconds over if he waits out the buff completely. But 225, I mean, there's not a lot of bushes to hide. So he can smack each flag slowly. Looks like HM is going to be able to go for the flag here. Cure himself.
If TTD5 is going to let him. Jumping in immediately. Losing half of his armor here for TTD5. Is going to pop the ultimate. Waiting to see if an angle is presented to him. Catches him in the uppercut over the head here with the staff. Able to do a lot of work. Can send that Tiger if necessary. Has the buff, but there's the parry to deny him of the follow-up. Nice pickup. There's the Tiger in onto Hoime. He's able to get himself some sustain out. Another Tiger on the buttery rocks. Absolutely huge. Batters him into the zone. Throws out with the F. And now he's just chasing him back into the underground section. Into safety away from the Shadow Curse. Gets him caught up. Not back there briefly, threw out the token already. And this is TTD5 with a massive health advantage, forcing Hoime into the zone. And he just needs a couple of batters on with the staff, and there it is. Game number 3 going to TTD5, and that was a confident victory.
Yeah, Akos is just so oppressive in that position. 225. Using the zone perfectly to his advantage. He doesn't go for anything super fancy, just uses the oppressive cooldowns to push his opponent into zone, let the zone do a ton of damage to HM there, and 225 is just gonna coast to a solid victory. HM, I think he was thinking deep. He was trying to see recall of whether or not there is another lantern around there that he could trap his opponent. You saw him assassinate 3 players by getting him the ball and throwing them into a lantern and cooking them for everyone to see. But both these players already most likely qualifying 3 games in, already past the 11 and 12 point mark, as we saw top 4 being around 4 points, I believe. So they're already 3xing the cutoff point. Now the cutoff point is probably going to increase to around 10 to 11 points, most likely by the end of the day. I predict. And yeah, very, very surprising seeing HM do super well. Now 225, he's always been a legend of the scene. And this year, he's starting off very strong. Now we are in the lower bracket, so a lot of these guys, they find their final form here. Usually, we've seen in the past, a lot of the guys like to coast, you know, the qualifying rounds, not that much pressure. But with the new rules, if you don't bring your A game, you can get eliminated very early. So getting comfortable in the top 4 just isn't a thing anymore. All of these guys got to really show up every single day.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, Let's have a look at the answer for treasures for you guys. How many kills did TTD5 get in game number 3? Was it 4, 5, 6, or 7? A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat. And make sure you check those whisper boxes, because that's where we will be notifying you if you do find yourself your goodies. Some special gifts up for grabs off the back of that one. But yeah, I mean, like, it's very interesting that we're looking down the lens of a world where Mike is just out after 2 show days of this you know, tournament. Like, this could be him done until the halfway mark, and then he comes back and he has to have another shot at it. But it's something I've talked quite a lot about, because we're very new to this new system here in NARAKA. Other games, yes, have been playing Double LM for a while, but the bi-weekly system, one of the benefits that it gave the players was the ability to throw maybe a bi-weekly away. Like, and as long as you played well for the rest of the tournament, that bi-weekly was just a write-off where you could kind of wrap your head around everything, figure out the meta, get used to the rest of the the rest of the lobby, sorry, and how they were playing. But this time around, like, you hit the ground running. Like, if you land on your face, that's a broken nose. Like, you're just out. It's you get 2 shots a season. And here's the standings at the end of that game. TTD5 walks away with 7.5 points after that one. Getting himself some nice ranking points there. Hoivo able to walk away with a 4-point game for himself. And Mike and Lipo, 1 point. Ran and Chen, those 0-point games from them. That is going to sting. That is 0 points. We saw it actually 2 days ago in the trios group B, where one team had like a goose egg game, and had they scored anything in that game, they would have made the qualification. So this stuff really adds up. It's really important. So getting a goose egg will sting, and for Ran, double goose egg and a 0.5. I'm not going to say it's impossible, but you are gonna have to put on some monster performances for the last 3 games of the day, otherwise you are cooked, my friend.
Yeah, I think Lipo and Chen are in a very tough position because they don't play snowball games. We saw a lot of life out of Lipo last year, where he did have some pop-off games that allowed him to secure placements, punching his ticket to Jacob, but he's not known for it. Same thing with Chen. Chen generally likes to play a very slow play style, play very safe. But Mike, he's known to he can qualify off 1 round, as we are gonna go back to the off spawn. I feel like Mike's getting very, very unlucky off spawn. He keeps going with the hot drop, and it's just not working out for him. The third-party timings are taking him out, as we see HM finding a ton of kills with the ball. Ruo inside, Yang on his Yodo, looking very, very impressive. Now 225 scaled out of the mine, just the classic LMB hold RMB with the heavy pole sword going through. And Mike, man, he was looking in form, where he just gets cheesed again from HM. HM versus I believe that was Arano with the awesome trap with the ball. A 225 on the echoes, flat terrain. HM not able to create some distance here. He's going to walk through him on the Akos. Looking kind of like another day. Very nonchalant of 225. Maybe he's upset that he could have done a little bit more. But my man's basically punched a ticket for qualifying through this round. Now, this is still just 1 day, and my man has always been a contender for first place. Every year he gets so close to breaking the curse. Will it be this year, this time at Jacob? I would say, you know, after Wufang won it, I really think anyone can go through, and it was super exciting with the MVP system. Spider had a chance, Verse had a chance, 225 had a chance, Mike had a chance, Frost, Wufang, Shenyuan all had a chance to win it. I'm excited to see what happens when we get there. But before we get there, we still got a lot of lower brackets to go through. Top 4 are going to be going through today, and it's still anyone's ball game. I think 225 has already secured the position in HM, so 3rd and 4th are still up for grabs, though.
Yeah, it's all to play for, to be honest. When, you know, you're looking at there's a lot of flexibility within the standings right now in this day. Even though we're at that halfway mark, I do think we have a few front runners who have, you know, bar the rest of the day going terrible, have pretty much locked themselves a solid spot. But even if you qualify today, you then have to play again against the losers of the upper bracket. So now you've got like another level of good players coming in. You know, the guys who won and top 4'd on their first day are now going to have to go and play versus the guys who top 4 here today. So there's another round here in the losers bracket before you get in towards the end of the end of the rotation. So yes, you get that extra game in. Yes, you get a little bit more experience, but top 4ing today, I think the big difference maker is those who confidently top 4 today versus those who just about eke in. Those who eke into that top 4 spot are going to have a hard round 2 here on the lower bracket. Anyway, we're going to throw ourselves over to a break and be back with games 4 and 5 after this. See you in a moment. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We're not doom scrolling this time. We're getting ready to go into our next two matchups. Over to Horror for game number 4, and then back to Bedoria for game number 5. Raven, I'm curious to see what your takeaway is from the day so far. I know we only had 2 like in-game matchups so far, but you know we've got to experience a little bit of solos. What are our thoughts right now?
We can't play too safe. I mean, you should play safe versus Liam in the lobby. But to be fair, Liam's not as common as she used to be. So I think Mike got caught off guard. A lot of players got caught off guard by the old Liam shenanigans. Now that it's in the back of everyone's mind, probably won't happen again. But like I was saying before, not every map is the same. You gotta leverage every little bit, especially with how comfortable the lobby is. We see a lot of the veterans kind of stepping up. HM really stepping up this year. 225 doing very well. Will Chen and everyone wake up? We are past the halfway point. Still a lot of NARAKA to be played. 3 more rounds, so still a lot of room for these guys to pop off, pull themselves over the line. We saw the cutoff right now is around 4 points. So moving forward, it'll probably move up. I was saying 10 to 12 before. Given how hard it is to get points, it'll probably be between 8 to 10 at this point. I feel like the lower average is more likely. And we were talking about this before we went back live. The last round is a mirror matchup, and it probably will be Akos. Now, on day 1, we saw the Akos matchup, one of my favorite 1v1 matchups, and probably one of the biggest skill expression gaps that you can do. There has been a lot of changes to Akos, so people argue it's a lot easier since now you can overhold the lunging situation to cover more timings. But I still think it's one of the most interesting matchups to do. We see Mike come alive. So as long as the Akos matchup is there for the mirror matchup, I'm never going to bet against my man Mike. But predictions, who do you think's going to get through Hipper with the top 4? Right now we got HM225 already locked in. But
I feel like they're so safe, right? I feel like they're the
third and fourth
safest
spot, man. Who's making it?
Do you know what? I'm gonna make my bold prediction. I don't see
Okay,
Mike
bold
doing
prediction.
I think Ruo.
Oh yeah, his Yoto's looking good.
His Yoto is looking good. I've been fairly impressed by DRG's Ruo. Man, a 4th person. Oh man,
I got a Rano
not
in
Lipo.
there.
I'll tell you that much. Not Lipo. I think Lipo is a total write-off. I think Mike is debatable,
That's crazy.
but honestly, I think he's going 5th. I think he's not going to quite make it to the qualify. God, a 4th player. Do you know, it's actually a really hard call, because once you move between 2nd and 1st, like, it's actually a relatively tight collection of players. Yeah. You know what? Watch this space. Is going to be my answer, Raven. I actually can't make a definitive call on who's making it to 4th.
I think HM225 is going to make it through.
Yeah.
I can't bet against Mike just because it's an Akos mirror. And I gotta say...
good point. Akos mirror does change things. You are right.
The only thing I'm worried about is Ruo's. He's been showing that he's very, very good at dueling. He has a lot of the matchups figured out. His pillar play is looking solid.
Yeah.
I feel like his Akos is going to be locked in too. So it's between Ruo and Arano. The only reason I want to give Arano the edge is the veteran experience, and one of Arano's strongest picks is Akos as well. So can't really sleep on it. We'll have to see how the momentum's going to go for the 4th and 5th round, but I think the clutch round, I got to give it to Mike and Arano. They've been in the biggest tournaments under the brightest lights over and over, and it's do or die. Even though this is like a new rule, it's kind of just a lower bracket finals. It's not the biggest deal to them. But, you know, everyone's job's on the line. We got to win. We're in the business of winning, so we got to lock in for these new rules. You see Mike locking in. He knows he's not performing to the standard that he is accustomed to. Now, granted, he did get cheese ball, not gonna lie. Literally put into a ball and cheesed into a lantern. So will it happen again? He looked in form, you know, going back to the tried and true Mike, getting in there with the half-charged lights, staying in the pocket. pressuring his opponent. But we'll
He's
have to
first pick
see.
this time as well. So,
HM was like the big surpriser of today. He came out swinging, and he's pretty much punched his ticket. So it's everyone else fighting for third and fourth.
No, you're totally right. HM has really caught us off. Mike being first pick, though, does mean that we likely to see that ACOS from him here for this round. Big pig power pick for Mike. And you were very on the money on there. The ACOS matchup at the end of the day in Game 6 is potentially the big decider, because there's quite a few good players sitting around the middle of the board right now who's like one of their kind of go-to characters is that ACOS. So gonna be very interested to see. I do think Mike has been plagued by massive inconsistency today. I mean, well, actually, that's a lie. He's been consistently not great, unfortunately. So I'm excited to see if this ACOS is the kind of the signal of the tides turning for him. I'll have to find out, though. It's a Rano looking to lock in his next character. Going to be the Lani for Rano. Lani's been very fun. Like, she's been jumping between like 7th, 3rd, 4th. Like, been lots and lots of picks for her. As Chen, is that him unable to play the Temi? Is that why that's grayed out? Ruo, though, there's the Yoto. He's been so good on this.
Can you double pick? And this
You can double pick. You can't triple pick, I assume.
I believe you can still double pick. I've never seen actually a great.
I like that. I'm hoping that's not a bug, and I'm hoping that's telling us what characters they can and can't play, because they've already double picked them. I'm pretty sure Chen has.
He's played it once.
He does a few games.
I don't think he played it twice.
Okay, we'll find out next game, because Ruo is on the Yoto, and this is his second Yoto of the day on like the non-martial arts. So we'll find out next game. That might have just been a bug. I hope it's something that tells us what they can and can't play. That's really cool if that was the case, because it's very hard to keep up with who's played what throughout the day.
You know, I kind of miss how crazy the picks were, like the throwing in the Viper picks. Now Shen Yuan is still picking crazy things. He's still picking Tarka. He's still picking, Temi. But outside of that, he's not going wild out there. We are seeing an Enor though. 225 was one of the few players that made Enor work last year, and he even made it work during J-Cup. It super overperformed to the point where everyone was running the Enor. Now I still feel like Enor struggles because he doesn't have a true combo break. But if you don't get the combo on him and he never gets caught inside Yang, it is just really, really oppressive. The jumping aerials from him, just really easy to knock people out of there versus like Yushan having to accurately slam people. Nah, that stuff just magnets you to the ground and allows you to skewer people doing 1 billion damage, especially when you get that gold weapon online on the Enor. And 225's neutral has really impressed me. He's looking like a completely different player, putting in parries to close out fights, actually finding nice spacing traps, and he's already super far ahead. So what have we seen in the past? I mean, in the past we've seen 225 be very streaky, where he had really 1 or 2 really, really big games that carried him to his big performances. Today's been very consistent. Generally, we've seen him, though, when he gets ahead, he kind of cools off. Will we see a different version where he just takes his lobby and snowballs out of control and really punches it out and everyone's fighting for scraps? Or are we going to see the classic 225 where he gets a little complacent and he's like, you know what? You already qualified. It doesn't really matter. We're kind of going at like half the gear. We're not fully punched in. I'm hoping he keeps up the gas and we see a new version of him this year, because out of all the years of NARAKA, new rule set, a lot of the old guard looking mortal, and a bunch of new players in, it's definitely a good formula for him to punch in his ticket to finally break his curse and get a first place for one of the spring finals, for the Nbpl finals, for Koi Cup finals, or for J Cup. I feel for 225 that winning one of those will be very meaningful. I mean, obviously he would like to get J Cup through, but the first step is definitely today and beating a lot of these demons, breaking a lot of his old habits, and really showing that he wants to perform this year.
Interesting to see that this is Lipo's second pick on the Zender as well, actually. So 2 picks on the Zender, 2 picks on the Yoto. Very interesting to see them lock that one in. You can see, though, looking at like the average points of these characters, obviously we have a very small pool to work from the amount of games they've played. But, you know, Mike averaging about 6 points a game on the ACOS. Chen, 7 points there on the Zhuanghan as well. So, you know, these guys are on characters that they can and historically have put some pretty decent points together. And for a lot of these players, it really is, you know, I think if you have a bad game here, especially like, let's be real, Lipo's out. But if Lipo goose eggs this game as well, that's 3 goose eggs and half a point. Like, he's done. Like, there's no coming back from that. There's no way games 5 and 6 are going to go in your favor. If he somehow has a pop-off game, we'll start to look at the avenues and the angles in which he can come back. And that's one thing I do like about like the way they've changed it and the kill multipliers being removed, is it does feel like, yes, obviously if you have a consistently good day, it's going to be very hard to dethrone you. But for those in the middle of the pack and at the bottom, it's so flexible between all of them that you can see anybody kind of make that comeback. As Lipo, speaking of which, gets himself in a fight here versus Ruo. Ruo already popped that Yoto ultimate, just using the fact Yoto's ult goes through walls to keep him really pinned in place. Nice little catch there from Lipo onto Ruo just to break away. But Ruo, playing maximum aggression, has got himself into 3rd place overall in the standings, and he is wanting to secure that top spot. Looks for the slash, misses it unfortunately onto Lipo, but Lipo's now pinned into place, is going to get the knockback onto Ruo here. Ruo gets the scale rush away just to put some distance between him and his opponent as his health bar's going a little bit low here. Ruo blinks back to safety, using the Yoto F so cleanly played there. The ping back is desperately looking for an armor swap to see if there's any window of opportunity to come back. We'll be able to get an armor pot off at least, as Ruo gets himself the blue armor, and I believe that was a purple fan. So this fight has gotten significantly more dicey here for Ruo now. And Lipo actually not going to push the advantage he had.
Wow, there was a thought I had about the year. We're gonna. I was looking, then I looked at Arano. I was like, wait a minute, Arano's pretty qualified. So my prediction is already solid. You're seeing 225 going into zone. A little cheeky play here to be able to do puzzle. Uncontested. Find the gold weapon here. Possibly an armor. Got the gold weapon. Very nice. Very nice. So we're going to go over to Mike and Arano. Mike needs some momentum here. He is on the Akos. Won one of his comfort picks, but unfortunately, this is where Akos struggles. 2v1 situation, lots of armor resets though. Mike ready, you're gonna immediately go to Arano, and Arano, cheeky little crouch slide there. Everyone's been spacing out so well coming into the big 26, the year of spacing. It looks like no one slacking off, just sitting in the pocket willy-nilly giving free hits off. Instead, everyone's playing like a true fencer, a true dueler, moving in and out, weaving, getting their opponents to in under comfortable positions, as Mike against the fence gonna get an LMB with the dagger through. Now going onto the rooftop, trapping any approach right here, buying some space, getting the full heal off. He doesn't have ult up, so he has to be careful not to get surrounded here. And Arano doesn't want to force the issue. Rand doesn't want to force the issue. Both of these guys a little bit slow. They get the hit, and Rand gets lifted by Mike, and immediately Arano switches targets. Rand very, very low. He's gonna get a big heal off and immediately get put into the ground by Mike. Lifted through. Overhold with the F. Looking for the finish off. Arano sees the health pool. Mike not going to make a mistake of getting in between. Arano allows him to get a heal off. And Arano, last hit situation for Rand, is going to run him down. Get the 1-2. It's the parry onto Mike. Get off me, Mike. Oh my god, that purple dagger doing a billion damage to Mike. Already putting him in a tough situation. The chip damage from Arano. All he has to do is play this nice and simple. Combo break's gonna come out. But wait a second. He's gonna get clogged on the way in. Oh. Mike, do we got the combos? He's gonna lift them through. Oh my god, he drops the kill though. No.
Oh.
He drops it 2-1-1, and Arano picks up the 2-piece to go. Punching this ticket in. Mike, it's looking dicey. Now it's still anyone's game for 4th place. Chen, Mike, and Lipo just not much points going their way.
Lovely little turnaround onto Mike, though. Mike probably kicking himself off the back of that one. Hasn't been able to secure a kill. Has lost his revive. And with Roma Yang now spawning up, he's not going to have particularly great gear to go in. He realistically looked to take it. But it's going to be very messy for him. TT25 getting himself situated in position to be able to take himself this Roma Yang. And we'll see who else is going to be getting themselves set up. TT5 with that purple fan. Golden Jewel Swords is so big for him, though. Having that is absolutely enormous going into the first Roma Yang. You'll be going up versus some people with like blue armor. That golden weapon is going to be so substantial versus them. Obviously, do not want to be catching a parry and losing your weapon. That would suck. But everyone else is just getting themselves situated. Mike has been able to grab some goodies before jumping in, but doesn't have too many health pots, and can see the HM is in the area. So Mike actually may just look towards like a Spirit Well or something instead of taking a Realm of Yang, as TTD5 jumps in, and here you go, you got your Idol. Let's see how this fares.
My Idol. 225 versus Ran here. 225 on the Enor. Will he make this work versus Temmie? Temmie Flying Knives. Looks for the F2. Not able to get his lightning off. Ooh. Does get Ran reaching in the cookie jar. It's not going to wait. Get potentially 100-0. He's going to pop that Eno ward. Unfortunately, gets clipped on the first pillar, but like I said before, that jumping R&B is just so oppressive. He is going to get the skewer. The big damage onto Ran. Nothing Temmie can do, as Enor can walk through that Temmie wall, as we are going to go to Chen versus Lipo. Both these guys fighting the qual.
Yeah, got the dual halberds here for Chen as well. So let's get briefly caught out by the fam. It's just going to back away briefly. Actually, keeps that pressure up. Oh, getting himself caught. Has to throw out the ultimate just so he can break away from the fact he was almost caught in an infinite there. Lipo, remember, this is the second time he's played the Zender today. So he obviously has been practicing it and wants it for a reason. And that's the reason right there. Able to take that as now Ryu and Mike going toe-to-toe. It's a rematch of the showdown at the beginning of the day in the martial arts, as Rio has forced out the charges here from Mike, and he's just going to start using that sword to try and get as much as possible. But here comes the Tiger onto Rio. Rio is incredibly low HP. Mike has the advantage. Mike wants to find a kill, and down goes Rio on his Yoto. The double pick did not work in game for him at all.
It looks like Mike wants out, doesn't have ultimate up. 225, 2 minutes on his red buff. Kind of nonchalant about this chase down. He ends up getting the loot off. He does have 29 grapples though. I'm surprised he doesn't really chase down Mike here aggressively. Has all the loot, has the buff going, knows that this Akos doesn't have ult up. But Mike with the dagger, he's going to be very annoying to chase down. Like 225 again, it's one of the things I pointed out. When 225 gets such a big lead, he kind of cools off. If 225 is under pressure to qual, he for sure just goes full aggressive there, trying to finish Mike off. This is also the bounties, another change to NARAKA that I think very much affects the competitive scene. The bounties show on the map now. Before, you had to memorize where all the bounty spawns were, and even though they were static of where they spawned, meaning they spawned in the same spots, they weren't always up. So you did have to rotate and kind of remember every single bounty spot, as Arano is going to be taking on to Mike's, his main competition. Mike setting one of the traps down, but Arano getting so much chip damage onto Mike. And now Mike, he was very comfortable before, That gold longsword just doing so much damage to Mike, putting him in a tough position to see whether or not Arano can close it out. It'll be a huge kill to knock Mike out there, as we are going to go over to Ran and Lightbow. Temiel's going to be invested with HM involved in this party.
Oh, what a parry.
Double charge release. And
I think that should just be Lightbow able to secure the kill, surely, off this one. So the Halberd's doing a good job. He's going to try and make sure that kill isn't taken, but HM is going to pinch that kill away. Lipo has committed ultimate, so he's just going to use it now to try and jump onto HM and turn this one back around. Repositioning, finding the shot. Didn't really get too much. Gets caught here by the Sheol. Does have the revive, so it's not the end of the world for Lipo. Going to fight onside the fire, but again, another catch here from the Sheol is just absolutely rinsing Lipo's health bar. Lipo probably recognizing that it's best just to let him go down and burn the Bird's Might. Otherwise, if that timed out, he would have been in real danger. Speaking of timing out, only a minute left here for Shen, who's found Arano. Arano gonna eat the parry, actually. He uses the F to reposition and break away, but Chen keeps the pressure up onto him. TT5 jumping into the fray. Chen wants to get himself the Soul Bloom. I don't know if he did. TT5 stole it away from him. Chen has to commit ultimate, has to just full send here. TT5, you cheeky blighter, able to steal that one. Just taking up the stairs, trying to play the escape here, but Lipo also in the area. Chen, 20 seconds left. He's just going to throw himself into the zone and maybe see if a window presents itself to turn a kill around, but I don't think that's going to happen with everybody gatekeeping the entrance here. They see that this is the end of days for Chen. He's just going to fade away inside the zone, as TT5 did commit ultimate there, so he may just back off and not look towards going for a Yang.
He could find a way to pick up some Fireflies here if there's still some up, but the rest of the lobby is going to see the Enor coming out. Remember, no combo break for him. He's going to use the F to fly out of there, but he's not going to be able to get that much distance. HM still has him on the crosshair. Max Grapple, this is going to be coming. Sheol choke coming down. 225 ends up getting picked off by Lipo, and the bottom half of the lobby is waking up right now as Lipo's on the board, Chen's on the board, and Mike's on the board, with Ruo going down at 7 kills. Lipo is going to get choked up by HM again. Double charge release, and now Lipo is going to fall as the top. The rich get richer as HM is going to continue his journey higher, as Arano letting HM know, like, hey, back off, man. I'm just trying to loot up here. HM is like, bro, what's on the body? Can I get a peek at this? Like, nah. Arano trying to secure that position. Still on the... I mean, he's sitting comfortable, but it's still possible to go back-to-back goose egg and not follow through, as we are going to get Mike versus HM. This is going to show me whether or not Mike is locked in. Akos has an advantage over Sheol, and anyone would pick Mike over HM, but HM has been having a great day. What can you show me, HM?
He's been the consistent one here today. Both of them just going toe-to-toe right now, being caught out. Mike doing a lot of damage to HM there off the back of that with the halberds. Able to do some serious work here. Throws down the ultimate, but does get caught out by the shield from HM. Mike is looking to try and get that Tiger charge forwards, but HM catches him once again with the shield and continues to keep the pressure up here onto Mike. Both of them on pretty equal health right now. Has got the Tiger forwards here onto HM. That might just be the opening. Quick Tiger goes out, misses briefly. And there you go, Raven, your answer. Mike is locked in on that A-Class, on a character he plays so well. Was able to translate that into a Rumble Yang victory versus someone who's been arguably the most consistent player on the day, HM. So really nice to see off the back of that one.
Yeah, Akko's better. I just can't ever count out Mike. He got unlucky a couple times, but it's Mike. At the end of the day, he's always going to have the confidence to walk through his opponents, play his best game. Now, HM, we've seen him do well when he has momentum. What can you show us when you don't have the momentum going into this last little bit? It's going to be a 1v1v1. 3 people left, Mike, Arano, and HM. Now, HM has 4 kills, actually. He does have momentum for this game. He just lost the second Yang, but he's going to have to figure out, does he go for the kill in the first 2 minutes of the buff, or does he wait it out a little bit? There's no way Arano doesn't know that Xiao lost the Yang. There's not many players to pay attention to.
Everyone knows who HM is right now. Everyone knows he's the injured deer in this scenario. And let's see if they're going to look to go for him. Arano, yes, there you go. Chasing onto the Xiao. Actually here, the F gets scoped thrown out from Mike into a parry immediately, followed up by the uppercut, is able to break away briefly. Mike, with that golden armor, looking quite scary. HM just getting heavily harassed here by the two golden armor players. Looks for the uppercut, doesn't quite make the connection. Now, the big thing is both of the players without debuff do not want to be committing ult here. If they commit ult to secure the kill, the other has an advantage over them. So it is a waiting game as Mike gets caught by the shield. Arano, pulls the old switcheroo and turns the attention onto Mike now. Mike's getting forced on, and it's on HM just to send it onto Mike and see if he can maybe force the attention away. He even armor swapped off his purple armor onto gray armor there. A massive disadvantage for HM now. He's going to heal up his armor. May try and run over and grab that purple armor back, seeing if Mike has got the attention on. And yes, HM has been able to swap out, get that purple armor back, and got a pot off. But Mike jumps back down into him. HM gets the slam down. Mike is going to turn the attention. I think HM, this might be end of days for him. Armor swaps back into that gray armor. The pure desperation, but it's going to catch on to him here, as both players are just looking to find that killing blow, find that follow-up onto it, as Mike has now committed ultimate, knowing that this is just the dunk kill and then turn into that final fight. But HM is actually waiting out this, is trying to not get caught, but there it is. Arano with the pistol shot steals the kill away from Mike. A massive denial, and now Mike only has one Tiger Lunge forward, and he has to be careful with the ball. Gets caught against the edge of the TP here, losing a massive chunk of HP. Ultimate's timed out, combo breaker on cooldown, and Arano has the advantage here versus Mike. Mike losing a lot of armor, is going to try and see if he can find a window to get himself that heal off, but he gets caught by the ball, gets chunked out heavily here by Arano, and Mike, this will not be his first game. This will not be that first place for him. Arano, again and again with the pistol shot. A tale as old as time. Huge.
And a little bit of counterplay coming out from Arano. Even though HM was probably in the worst position when it came to armor, loot, and everything, the smarter play is for Arano to actually go for Mike, because Mike is on the cusp of qualifying. So is Arano. And he knows for sure that has to be Mike on the Akos, and that has to be HM going into this game. So a little bit of macro play coming out from the macro player Arano to grief Mike there, slow him down. You can see Mike's frustration. He knows that was like a pop-off game for him, and he just gets kind of 2v1 right there. Yeah, in the end, a little bit of a misplay going for the Tiger onto HM, I would say. The problem with going for a Tiger when your opponent's at 1 HP, whoever is in the third party can steal it away very easily, as your damage is coming through on the pounce. So if Mike just went for a normal lunge or jumping LMB to just close out the kill, that would have been a lot better. And these small mistakes might end up costing him the qual. But again, Hitbrain, I'm not worried for Mike. Mike's been here a million times before. This has been way more on the line for him. He has his comfort pick, and he's still looking very crispy on the Akos. Now, I am curious to see how Ruo is going to do, because Rand's been decent, but Ruo has definitely shown that he has the juice. He has the stuff, the secret stuff when it comes to fighting, but does he have it on his Akos?
That's going to be the very big question. And another question for you guys, a smaller question, but still worth it. What player won game 4? Was it TT5, HM, Mike, or Arano? Let us know A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat, and check those whisper boxes so you can grab yourself your goodies. Do you know, you were talking about it just before we went into this game about Mike's ACOS and how ACOS is realistically going to be the mirror matchup at the end of the day. and you think that's going to be a major decider on who does or doesn't win the game. I think it's fair to say, off the back of that one, I consider my faith in Mike renewed, knowing that the final game is going to be Agos. I think if it was a different hero, I'd be a little bit more nervous right now. So I couldn't figure out who I was going to place as my fourth. I think Mike is going to be that fourth, making it through.
I can do a spicy pick. You usually go with the spicy pick.
I know, it's weird because I did make a bold claim, and then I saw that Akos game. I was like, damn it. And then you said, Akos is the last pick. I was like, damn it. You just continue to layer on facts I can't dispute, to be honest, mate. So yeah, I you know me, I love my spicy picks, but some things are maybe a little bit too spicy for me.
I mean, Ruo's been going crazy.
I'm sticking with Ruo.
I'll stick with Ruo. You could force Mike out with the Ruo because Arano's looking solid, and if he counters Mike again, he just goes for him to push him out. I could see Ruo sneaking in. If I have to choose as a competitor who I want to fight against in the future, eliminating the GOAT is a smart idea to push him out of there. So I wouldn't fault the lobby for trying to push Mike out when he's looking vulnerable right now. Now, on Mike's side, it's kind of lame. I would hate to feel that feeling that I'm just getting lobbied out. But we've seen Mike be put in this position over and over. He's found ways out. And normally, this is what I'm saying, is like Mike's looking a lot mortal. He was fighting the 1v1 versus Arano, but he flubbed, movement errored his dagger scale rush like 3 times in a row. And Arano capitalized on it, found the pistol shots from the 1 HP situation. And, you know, Mike was on a fence. Like, fence is one of the best places to kite. And he just kept flubbing it over and over. He couldn't get the scale rush going versus Arano. So I'm hoping Mike can lock it down. You know, my man, he's been doing it forever, so I'm not going to ever bet against him. It's going to be spicy, though, coming down the wire. We got that clutch game. Game 5's coming up. That championship round. Remember, guys, top 4 are going to go through. Bottom 4 are going to get eliminated today. So a lot of pressure going on to Lipo, Chen, Ran, and Mike. Lipo comes alive right here. We'll have to see how this game 5 goes. And we've seen Lipo before. Everyone counts him out, and he has a massive game, especially with the off-meta picks last season. So what can he show us? Did he go into the lab? Did he evolve? Not gonna lie, he kind of looks the same from last year. I don't want to hate. We're looking like in the off season we weren't getting the grind on. 225 and HM definitely went in the lab. They're looking like different beasts. Arano has always been consistent, just below the highest tier, but always right there, maintaining his position and producing results.
Yeah, I feel like the spiciest you're gonna get from me is it'll be between Mike and Arano, and Naruto makes it. That's as spicy as I'm willing to go with my predictions. But yeah, Arano, huge victory here for him. And Mike, honestly, a bit of a sad loss because he only walked away with 3 points at the end of that game. So not the most substantial point game for someone who, you know, this Akos was a big pick for him. It was meant to put a lot of points on the board. So he doesn't actually really change all that much on the standing front for himself. So continues to make the rest of the day very, very important. The big thing to note is realistically, no one's out. I would say our, 7th and 8th are probably a little bit cooked, but everyone beyond, like 6th through to like 2nd right now, or maybe 3rd, 6th through to 3rd, very, very tight right now, and it's really anybody's game, and that's how you want it going into these last games. This is how you want it going into the setup for the end of this. Is on the Lani, been a moment since seeing a Lani MVP here. Gonna be picking up the MVP for Arano. Huge performance. Curious to see, I didn't see his full setup, so Ripple set, Phantom set was his only legendary Soul Jade. The advance heal is actually quite nice for himself. 14,000 damage is nothing to sneer at. And it kind of shows you that it is very much a more fighty meta. Like, damages are quite high.
Phantom Step definitely gonna go Arano's way. One of the strongest Jades in the game still. Dying a lot of the melee aim assists and just allowing you to space out your opponent, really limiting how he can pressure you. And Mike really likes getting those light attacks, seeing those half charges in. Phantom Step definitely puts him in a weird position in that position. But I would still say it's mainly the scale rushing. And I just rarely see Mike make movement errors like that, especially to clutch up. Usually Mike is the player where he just got the armor friends. He always gets the armor reset. He always finds a nice kiting path. He usually, in the past, he's like hid armors and able to rotate them very effectively. And remember, going into that end game, HM was the one who lost Yang. It was Mike and Arano really prepped to go into that last little bit. I think what really threw Mike off was Arano. Arano was just like, you know what? I know this is you, Mike, and I know you're on the cusp, so I'm going to go for you instead of HM, really. Arano pretends that he's going to go for HM. It's kind of the standard play. Go for the person with weaker armor. Go for the person with Yang depletion. But Arano goes with a different play and catches Mike a little off guard, where Mike's like, let me just try to secure this kill very quickly. And ends up costing him. Not only does he's not able to secure the kill because he tigers HM, Arano steals it and then gets the kill on him, furthering that line. So Mike is really now only competing with Ruo to secure that 4th place. Now, game 5, anything can still happen. All these guys are NBPL players. They're all Pro League players. They earned their spot here. So we could see a mix-up. Now, in general, we've seen the consistently 225's done well, HM done well, Arano's done well, and Ruo's done well. If all 4 of those players have a bad game right here, game 6 will be a lot more interesting.
Yeah, game 6, honestly, I think regardless of what happens in this next game, game 6 is super important and makes it very interesting. Like you said, it's the whole value of having a mirror matchup going into this game, is because everyone's on the same character. There's no teaming, there's no lobbying, because they'll not know who each other is as well. There's so many factors that actually make game 6 mirror matchup really exciting in solos. And yeah, I'm excited to see who's going to be making it, because obviously in 2 games time we are saying goodbye to 4 players, and they won't be back until I can't remember what week it is. I think it's like 2nd week of April. Maybe it's the week after. It might be the 3rd week of April. But we're not seeing these people for a long time. They're disappearing off. They're going to have to go practice on their own, practice in solo games. They're going to have to go play scrims and stuff, but they don't get any stage time. And the emphasis on the stage time is the big thing for me, because genuinely playing on stage is so different from playing at home in front of your, in front of your bed, just sitting on your computer at home, or playing in the scrim environment. Scrim environments are obviously a step up from that, but stage is like 4 steps up from scrims. Like, it's such a dramatic difference maker. And here is our overall points at the moment. HM and TT25 in that 1st and 2nd spot, but Arano only 2 points behind TT25. Rio still holding on to that 4th spot with 7 points, but that goose egg from that game 4 is definitely going to come back and bite him. So this has to be a big game from Rio going into this next game.
Yeah, that's the tough part of all this. You got to go back into the lab for a really long time if you lose here. And unlike trios, solo players don't really scrim versus each other. In trios, there's scrims going on pretty much every single day into a Mortal War, where you're fighting against people who've been playing Transformers for 5 years. But for solos, it's very hard to get good practice in. You really get most of your practice in through a Mortal War or from zero banning the other top players. And this year is a little bit different. There's a couple of really, really big duelers who have joined teams as fighting coaches for the solo players. So that's why we're seeing such a huge evolution in Yang fights. A lot more whiff punishes that we didn't see before. A lot of times before, people could get away with just like cross parrying, opening up with a lot of folks attacks, and then scale rushing. Now you kind of have to be a lot more complete. Range was also another big factor. I'm seeing even Ruo. The reason why I knew this guy was an oogler and one of the top duelers was his pillar play was very locked in, and usually takes a little bit for players to realize that they do need to dial in all the weapon matchups for how you're supposed to play pillar, especially with the ability rotations. Because if your opponent's always stripping your armor and you're always on the back foot going into the later end of fights, you're just not going to have a high percentage win rate inside the realm of Yang. You want to to leverage every part of a fight, the early part, the middle of the fight, and most importantly, being dialed in for that last little bit. That's where I'm giving 225 a lot more credit, because his closer was just so predictable before. You just knew that focus attack was coming out. Everything was posturing. All of his conditioning was posturing to sneak in that blue attack. But now it's trickier. Before, he started moving towards like a double hold strategy where he was just waiting to see his opponent make a mistake. But now he's creating opportunities. It's a lot more calculated, where he's trapping, finding parries, and then finding a lot of hits on the way in when people overcommit to chasing him. So I'm liking what I'm seeing from 225 in his evolution. Now, remember, on the cusp, the drama is going to be at Ruo, Mike, Arano. We got to give Lipo credit. I'm not gonna lie, Rand, you're kind of cooked. You're chopped. You're chopped, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Unless he has a massive game here, he could prove me wrong. He could have a massive game 5 and put himself into that clutch position. That's why I always call game 5 the championship round. Game 6 is kind of chopped if you don't do anything in game 5. It's a Hail Mary. But if you do something big in game 5, you can save your tournament.
It's a tall ask, and here we go. Yep, so Ruo and Chen both have their banned characters, being Yoto and the Temi there. Akos just going to get locked in for Ruo off the back of this. He needs a good game. That goose egg will have stung. So this has to be a pretty big game here from Ruo if he wants to keep his hopes alive. And for some people, they really are staring down the barrel of being knocked out of the tournament, or at least the first half of the tournament. Lani is going to be Chen's go-to for the second pickup off the back of this one. We'll see what everyone else is cooking up. I believe Mike is quite low down the pick order now, so he'll be into more close to those personality picks as the Junhan gets locked in here for Ran.
Ooh, I mean, Lonnie's been overperforming today, I would say. The fact that she has so many gold focuses allows her to kind of armor through a lot of cruddy situations, as we're going to see 225 pick up the Temi. I still, like, everyone's telling me the new character is good, but I don't see it. Like, I've literally seen 0 rounds where that character has popped off. So is it really worth it? Like, why not just play a character you've played thousands of hours first, instead of just trying to pick this new character and force it? I can understand previously in other metas, you know, when Syra came out, she was turbo busted. When Chuhan came out, he was busted. When other characters came out, they were very busted. It was very easy to pick up. But the new character, I'm not seeing it. She's just not doing better than any of the older characters. So you might as well go with a different character instead of trying to force it, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, oh man, I don't know how I feel about Kylan. Crazy to see him pick this late in the day, to be honest. There's Zenda going to get picked up here for Rhino. Rhino's riding high off that last victory, continuing to climb up that ladder a little bit more, get himself as comfortable as possible when we've got 2 games left to go. I have to admit, this probably feels like one of the more balanced metas. I know Akos is basically first pickable, but beyond that, it does feel like each player has a bit of more of a say in where a hero's value is to them. Like, seeing some people pick Lani as like a 7th pick because some people didn't value it up further up the ladder, where some are happy to second pick it. It does really show that actually we're in a state where, you know, it's hard to perfectly balance things, of course, but like it feels like it's less formulaic than it's been in previous seasons, which means that, you know, people have different values they assign to different heroes, and maybe that's their play style, or maybe that's just they think, you know, different strengths of different characters.
You know, game 5, Lipo's gonna have to clutch up. You could see, my man's locking in now, but is it a little too late to lock in? Might be a little too late to lock in. I'm liking the new colors of the jerseys too. SR and OUGs. The white, I don't know if it's the lighting and the new arena, the new stage, but their outfits are popping this year. They're looking very, very nice. Now this is like the The Wolves jersey didn't get that new fabric change, you know, just still going with the tried and true, the old school look, but OUG, SR, New Jersey's looking super dope.
And the YGG hoodie is so cool.
Yeah, the YZG hoodie is probably my favorite.
I need someone to hook me up with YZG. I need to speak to them. I need a hoodie. They're so sick.
Mike on the Kylan, you know, don't feel like Kylan's good in this meta. I would still say still good. It's Mike. I predict Mike's gonna be locked in. We got a little bit more involvement in the heart rate. We got 120, you know. Arano's chilling. He's pretty satisfied with the day. Resting heart rate, but everyone else is a little bit more present. 225 again, close to a resting heart rate. I'm hoping 225 picks up the pace again. He's a little bit more griefing, kind of flexing on the lobby, but at least limit test a little bit. 225, like show us some stuff. He has played Temmie before, so this is not a limit test for him.
No, not at all. I mean, we're seeing a lot of we've had a lot of like hot drops today, but it's like 2 condensed hot drops, and then everyone else is a little bit more spread out coming in to this. Game number 5 getting underway. I can't believe, for me in the UK, it's 11 o'clock and we're on the second to last game. This is such a tempo lobby, man. Like, I am not used to days ending this quick. Damn, and we've still got the mirror matchup, which you also said was fairly high tempo, Raven. So we may be in for a very, very fast day. Leave you craving more NARAKA. I have to go play some afterwards, actually. So it actually has left me wanting for more, which is only a good thing, isn't it, really?
7 a.m. for me. Very, very early on the US East side. As we're going to get Lipo, HM, off spawn, and we're seeing a lot more life. A little pep in Lipo's step. He knows we got to get things moving at 3.5. 7 is the cutoff right now. Off spawn's where it starts. You want to get ideally 2 kills off spawn. Go into the next Yang, get another kill. Play the Yang depletion situation. Get another kill. We're up to 4. Second Yang up to 5, and then boom, we're balling out. We're already qualifying. Anyone, you know, when you break the game down that way in the bite sizes, it's a lot better. As we are going to see Chen with the crossfire onto Lipo. Not really where you want to go first, but Lipo does not care. We get parried. We're throwing that focus attack again, but next time we go with the double tap dodge. But Chen up in there with the Hong sword, with the half charge lights, then with the parry. Now Lipo wants to keep up the pressure, but Chen, you know, we're gonna chill out, find another armor reset. Wait a second, but Lipo, he knows he has to get this thing going. Jumping aerials, gonna carry Chen off. Combo break's gonna come out, saving Chen, and he's gonna make his way back in. Can he find a nice armor reset?
Maybe not. Well, TTD5 with the purple on purple nunnies. Seen a lot of the Temmie today. Has actually had some pretty mixed success. Some games where it's looked genuinely very strong. Some games where it's looked a little bit underwhelming. And I think it really comes down to user ability, really, off that. As Chen just being chased around by Lipo. Obviously, you talked about it as we got into the game. Very, very important for Lipo to have a good game here, or his season is actually really cooked, because losing and getting knocked out this early in the first round of the tournament means getting to like the playoff side and things becomes so significantly harder. You have to have a very good run next time, or you are just donezo. So will cause a little bit of an issue here as Mike getting caught out by TTD5. Also someone who needs to have a good game. Mike's still not in the qualification spot. You can see where that red line is. You're probably not far off the money, Raven, when you said earlier about 10 points. I reckon we'll probably be looking at about a 12, 13 point qualification spot between our two teams. As TTT5 and Mike just having themselves a sail fight on top of the sail here. Mike, though, definitely taking the losing end of this trade. A couple of little pot shots coming in. Has been able to get some of his armor back, but it's definitely getting harder and harder as TT5 is just chipping away at that health little by little, not giving him any opportunity. If this Wisp connects, I think Mike might be in a bit of danger. There's the Sandstorm. The Wisp goes wide as TT5 refreshes, drops down a little bit, needs to find himself the connection here, comes in for the grapple lock. Mike has thrown out the ultimate. Can TT5 actually hold this as Mike is actually starting to do some work, but in comes the backup. This could just be dicey for the pair of them. TT5, no reset. Mike's able to get himself their soul bloom, so he heals back up, and now Ran looking for Mike in response as Mike is just desperately looking to make an escape away from this one.
Ran needs to get on the board as well. And dead last at 1.5, but he gets Mike here. That's the first step in the right direction as Mike is right on the cusp here, climbing up to 6.5 points, threatening Ruo's position. But Mike has a lot of verticality to play around with as he is going to get a max range grapple. Find a little pocket here to get a heal off, but 225 is coming back with the salty respawn. Mike going to season him up right here. If you're willing to salty respawn, 2-5 in a tough position, no armor to his name, but Ran is looking at Mike right here. Purple armor would be nice to get this guy off the map, but Ran is a little bit slow on this chase down as 225 is going to get the armor reset. Mike going to see the armor reset, goes in with the parry. 225, no abilities left on him, has a wisp up. But Ran stuck here as Arano's going to show up to the party. 225 has full agency here to choose who he wants to grief or choose who's going to get helped out here. And it looks like Arano is going to find the kill, but the soul bloom is going to go to Ran's position, but his armor gets stripped, and Arano's not going to let him go so easily to this Yang. He finds nice damage onto Ran, but Ran does sneak his way into the realm of Yang as Mike is up to 2 kills. Chen is up to 1. Ran is up to 1. And if Ran hopes to qualify and dead last, he needs to slow down Mike here. Will the Kylan prevail for Mike? This is one of the picks that you were doubting. Can Mike do it? Hip Brain.
Can he indeed? Mike looking for the knock-up hit. Did get a bit of damage off there. Only chipped away at the shield somewhat as Ran. Lovely use. Just getting a bit of aerial damage off here on to Mike. Has been able to chip away at Mike's armor. Both of them relatively equal HP right now, but Mike does still have that ultimate. Remember again, I know I keep repeating it, but Mike needs this game to go well. If it goes bad, he could find himself in a really dangerous position going into that final game. As Ran now actually playing evasion away from Mike. Mike looking for the slam down onto him. Hasn't made the connection yet. There we go. Dashing is coming out onto Ran. Ran taking a fair amount of damage. Mike is absolutely shredding through that health bar. But Ran, I don't think he's out of it yet. It's definitely going to be dicey for him. A parry might turn it. Ran! What a turnaround onto Mike. That was beautiful.
It starts with 1, and now Mike in a dicey situation, dead last, slowing him down. Every time Mike gets momentum going, he just like an upset out of nowhere, just a thorn in the road. He just keeps stepping on it. But it's still first Yang, you know, so has a lot of opportunity to turn this around. But Ran on the Shuhan with the gold whip sword. This is exactly where you want to be in his position if you're hoping to have a pop-off game. As Mike on the Kylan, gonna click around, see if you can find the right matchup. Now, Mike does have a bounty on him, so he has to be careful here. Someone can be stalking him. Ruo versus Chen. Another very, very important matchup for Ruo if he wants to keep everyone at bay. Mike at 6.5. This is a do or die situation for Ruo. He needs to win this fight.
Oh, Chen dodging away Ruo. Like you're saying, very important victory or fight for him. But I don't think he's going to be given that opportunity. He's just out. That's him down. And that changes everything. Now, Mike only really needs to just get himself a single more kill. has got Roman Yang depletion on, so this could get very dicey. But I think the biggest winner here is Chen. If Mike goes out with the debuff, Chen has an opportunity to slingshot over both of them. He's 2 points behind Rio right now. It is a very achievable thing for GG's Chen. I mean, Lipo, there's a world, don't get me wrong, especially if he gets this kill onto Arano, that only puts him about 4 points behind Ran as well. Honestly, right now, Raven, it might sound like copium, but anybody could qualify. Anybody could qualify. I think Arano and HM are pretty safe in their position. TT5 probably same as well. But for anyone below top 3, it is so anyone is going to take that 4th spot.
Yeah, Lipo. Everyone else has come alive except Lipo. He's gotten all of his kills stolen away from him. He has good loot though, so Lipo, I mean, it's now or never, my boy. We got to make plays here if we're hoping to qualify. Now the cutoff is 4 points. Could still coast a little bit and just hope, and he's still in striking distance for the last round, like you were saying here, bro. It's still anyone's game to claim this 4th spot. Unless Mike here runs away with this round, then everyone is going to be in a very, very tough position. Just because, like I said before, unless everyone who's had a consistent game just throws their last game, you really need to do good this game. And now Lipo and Rano are going to be locking horns here on the edge of zone. Mike is close, so he knows that they're fighting right here, so it's gonna be very easy to suffocate one of these players, as Lipo is looking like that player. He's not able to get any of these white heals off. The zone is ticking away from him, so whoever gets this last hit onto Lipo may secure this kill. He is making his way just barely back into the zone, a sliver of health. The good thing for him, he does have dual blaze, so he's able to get a lot of room, but he's not able to get away again. Arano's gonna secure that snipe and punch his ticket. He may be able to take 1st place away from HM.
He might honestly have that, yeah. That's crazy. It's one of those things where that character just has that like little bit of delayed burst, and it's just enough to guarantee that kill. Beautiful use of that. Mike has now jumped into top 4, but not by a substantial amount, so don't get too carried away yet. Still very much everything up for grabs. There's HM here on the Yoto, trying to find an opening with that ultimate onto Arano, contesting it for 1st place still. But HM is going to run out of ultimate and probably just look to play the back-off game right now and get themselves set up here for this Realm of Yang capture. They could also just look towards that Mystic Might from the Spirit Well if they want. They're right next to each other. Only 5 players left in the lobby, so after this 2nd rotation of Realm of Yangs, we'll be wrapping this one up probably very quickly. As HM just getting himself situated. Mike making his way over. He actually really wants to just push this advantage and make sure he gets himself a guaranteed spot at the top. HM is heavily chunked out, and Mike takes the kill. Who needs Realm of Yang? Chen's in danger now, as Mike's going to put the pressure onto him. Mike doesn't care about Realm of Yang. He just wants to secure these kills. Chen desperately trying to make his way towards the portal so he can just ping out, but I don't actually think he's got the key unlocked yet. There he goes. Able to jump away to safety. Mike! 2 players are going to have Realm of Yang debuff. Actually, it may only be the one because Mike's getting the Spirit Well. But this is going to be a very accelerated game off the back of that, and Mike is definitely trying his hardest to lock himself in.
This is one of the things I was saying too. Because it's top 4, you don't have to take every single risk. Now, normally Mike, if he's going for the absolute win, he's going to that 2nd Realm of Yang, but you see him choose not to go to Yang and stay out and go Spirit Well. We are going to take this fight though. Arano versus Chen. Remember, Chen is a do or die situation, has to beat Arano. The new character hasn't been doing well all day, but I've seen Arano trying to make this character work. I still don't see it. Versus Chen, it's working right now, but for how long? As Chen's ult is going to outlast right here. He is going to look for the ball, not able to get it. Nice gold frames from Arano, denying any value from here. He takes the sky a little bit, buys some time. Tap that's going to come through. Nice job baiting, and denying a value off of it. But Chen now goes with the grapple cancel. off the... I forget what it is. It looked like a... It's just a standard play as the air are going to go for scale rushes here. Slow things down. 35 seconds left. Arano. The drop down. He is going to go for a ride here against the wall. Does he have green focus? No, he doesn't. That gold longsword doing 1 billion damage. Combo break going to be invested on both sides. Or he looks for the scale rush. He's not going to be able to get it. And Chen is going to close him out with some jumping aerials. And now Chen on the board, setting himself out pretty. Last round's going to be a lot of drama. Everyone's going to be put into striking range. No one's fully out of it.
It really is anybody's game to go for. It's very exciting. Round number 5. And this mirror matchup is going to be exciting, Raven. There is a lot to play for here. 9 points onto Mike, 7 onto Ruo, who was obviously out of the game. But Chen with these 3 kills. Chen could slingshot over Mike after this game and cause Ruo's life a lot of grief, a lot of hassle. But Mike right now also rocking a golden cannon, golden armor, no golden melee weapon, which is a bit of a shame for him. But it is a bit of a waiting game. These guys are just waiting it out. Arano is going to respawn. And he's got just shy of 4 minutes to secure himself that soul bloom and get himself back into that game. Just going to stock up on some goodies, make sure he's as set up as he can be for this final moments of the game, because it will just snap and the game will end. So getting as much loot as you can in those last couple of moments just before you get situated into the moment where you do not stop for the whole game. It's going to be a very, very explosive one. Arano jumping forwards here into the zone. Just going to pot up. And the question is, Raven, are we going to see that same game plan we've seen where they just wait it out to the last minute and full send it? Or is Arano just going to say, screw it, I'm going now?
One thing that's been interesting is Arano has done his homework on who he wants to take out in these situations. Now, he is going to grapple onto Ran right here. Unfortunately for Arano, the rest of the lobby has paid attention, sees that he's in a tough spot, and everyone is ranging him right now. It doesn't look like Arano's going to get any momentum here, but he can choose to drown one person with him. It looks like Ran is going to be his target. This cliffside, though, very, very hard to lock down an opponent, as Mike's going to make his way in, find Arano with no armor to his name, try to lock him down to get this kill. Looking at the leaderboard, though, Chen has pushed him, positioned himself well here at 6.5. Cutoff is 9 points right now, only 3 points away, or 2.5 points away for him. So if he's able to get these next 2 kills, he will have a very, very good chance of making it in. Him and Mike are going to be so close, but even then, both of them are still very, very close. Lipo, unfortunately, gets knocked down here, but Ran wakes up right here, pulling himself out of last place, already up to 3 points. If he gets 2 kills right here, he could position himself pretty to contend for that 4th place. Now, I thought it was going to be a blowout. I thought it was going to be not interesting going into the last game, but the championship round, everyone's pulling out all the stops to try to get their way in, to punch their ticket. But still, you got one of the GOATs holding you at the gates. Can these 2 players, Chen and Ran, take down Mike?
It's a tall ask here. But I think the biggest thing and the most exciting thing about this is the fact that Game 6 has some serious stakes. Like, genuinely anybody could make top 4 after this one. We'll have to find out, as Mike going to hold himself down. He wants to secure this soul spirit well. Got the Aurora burst as well, so it's so hard to actually push up onto him. Does get hit by a whip sword there, though, from Ran. Ran's going to pressure forwards once again. Chen continuing to go forwards. Has to throw the combo break out. Mike gets caught there by the parry. Ran just double parrying onto Chen and Mike. Pure aura farming on the pair of them here. They cannot step up. Whip sword coming out. The stagger, the power from this is so huge. Nice little jump over the top there from Chen to evade getting caught. But Ran is going to go for the follow-up as Mike opens up onto Ran here. Ran dodges away briefly, has got some armor to heal himself up as Mike is now going to use that Aurora Burst just to try and hold on. But they are not giving him the opportunity. Mike finds the parry. Is going to look to try and steal away the golden weapon. I don't know if Ran was able to pick that back up in time. I think he was. No, Mike's got the whip sword now, so that's even bigger for Mike. Massive denial from Ran. Chen's taking a couple of pot shots here off the back of Ran. Maybe Mike can find the kill as Ran's heavily chunked out, lost all of his armor, and he's just going to have to reset off here. But Chen and Mike going toe-to-toe. Chen's losing a lot of armor, forced to use the combo breaker as Mike is so close to getting the capture. I think they're going to have to give it up, but maybe they're coming back in. Ran's going to step on and make sure that Mike cannot contest it. This 1 versus 1 versus 1 is absolute carnage. No one's willing to throw the ultimate down. And there it is. They all lose out. And they're all going to get that Realm of Yang depletion. So 3 minutes left on all of them. As Mike is going to full send the ultimate here and look to force onto Ran. But Ran is not willing to give it up without a fight. Right, Mike going to lose a fair chunk of HP. Gets caught by the knock up here. As Ran's going to continue to pressure up onto him. Mike has a couple of dashes left. But that's going to be the end of that. As Ran now continuing to assault forwards onto Mike. You can see Chen playing this really smart and just letting the pair of them whittle each other down. Burn through their major resources. And now he can jump in on the Lani and play tidy up. These are just kills for grabs here for Chen. He has the ultimate. He's just seeing who is going to get lowest, who's going to be the easy secure, who's going to be the easy kill. Ran gets caught there by a parry, able to evade away from Chen here as Chen just continues to chase onto the low health bars. Mike is the one they're going to go for. He wants to play the shutdown onto him as Ran has been able to get himself an armor pot off and recover some of that HP, but Mike comes slamming down with that purple staff into the middle of the fight. It's 1 minute 50 on these players. Chen's actually managed to go full heal and he's going to look for the cap as now Mike is caught onto Ran. Mike's gone off the golden armor onto that gray armor. He is so squishy now. It's not going to take much of him to be able to cut him down as he has to get himself repositioned. Playing on the edge of the rock face is just not giving him enough room to work with as Mike went for a pot, was denied the opportunity, and that gray armor not even at full health is so risky for him. 1 minute 19 on these debuffs for everyone. Chen holding that flag so he can just go for the heal off if he wants while these two go. He'll probably go cap. No, he's not. He actually continues to hold. He wants the kills. Ran is going to be the target. No, he's turning it onto Mike. Now he's looking for Ran. Ran is just one hit away. Ran's been able to armor pot and get some of that health back. This is so dicey for everyone. Chen with the golden dual swords drops the halberds here, actually. He's going to go for the cap. He realizes that it's just too close. He wants to make sure that he can get that and get himself the cleanse, but he actually wasn't able to do so, I don't think. No, he has cleansed. Okay, Chen is cleansed. He's back in the fight. Everyone else is on 30 seconds left in the game. Chen, he just has to play this safe. He's going to force Mike to go in for the ultimate. There's going to be Chen's ultimate in response. Throws the ball down. It goes a little bit wide. Mike is now just playing evasion. 20 seconds left. A hit makes a connection through. Who is going to secure? Ran picks up the kill. And he's going to jump a little bit further up the standing as Chen is looking to play denial onto him. Can Ran make a hero play happen? I don't think he can. The Realm of Yang debuff is going to be timing out in a matter of seconds as he's just continuing to use the ball to keep control, and this should just be the game here. Down he goes. Chen, what a huge turnaround.
Chen wakes up the last game, puts himself in prime position to dethrone Mike here, and like I was saying before, you know, top 4 target selection so important here. They take down Mike, and that's one of the tough parts of Mike's choice there. Being the Kylan makes it obvious who you are in the lobby, and when it comes to this last couple point situations, you kind of have to weigh how well you can blend into the lobby. Now, we are going into the mirror matchup, you know. This is where Mike is going to really shine, or Ronald's going to really shine on their Akos. Does everyone have the same level of Akos to show up to these guys? But, you know, everyone has a chance at this point. The points are going to be very, very close as we tally everything up and look at where everyone stands now. Now that the dust has settled a little bit, we're looking like an exciting Game 6 to close out this loser bracket.
Game 6 is going to be so damn exciting. Raven, we are in for a treat here. One to go. And I did not have my eyes on Chen as a secret underdog, but we'll have to look at the scoreboard when we're done with this game, because obviously, well, once all that stuff is all mapped out and figured out, because that's going to tell us a tale. But a little spoiler for you guys. I think Lipo is the only person cooked right now. I think anybody else can make it. What hero did Mike use in game number 5, though, is your question at home. Was it A, Lani, B, Syra, C, Ainor, or D, Kylin? Let us know, A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat. Check those whisper boxes, because that's where you'll be getting your goodies if you do get your answer right and you are chosen. But yeah, game 6. Raven, we are in for a very exciting game. I know it's early in the morning and you've been up all night, but I'm sure this is going to wake you up somewhat here.
I'm happy that everyone is in good position to take this away. And you can't really count out Nbpl, the pro players. We were saying that even Ran had no chance, and he's turned it up to show that he got some life in him. And like I was saying before, 225 takes his foot off the gas in these situations. HM kind of took his foot off the gas. So Rhino's still firing on all cylinders. He's hunting for that first place, and that's really opened it up for the rest of the lobby. These guys, you could see it on their faces. You could see it in the heart rates that they're trying a little bit more as they realize, like, wait a second, we're not gonna be playing for a couple weeks, and it's really important to win. You're in the business of winning. Right now, you're in the lower bracket. It's do or die. Only top 4 go through. So this is your finals, essentially. You need to perform today if you hope to really make a name for yourself this season under these new rules, these new lights. You want to start the season off strong.
Yeah, it's not like you're playing, you're just missing Saturday's games like the bi-weeklies. You are just missing out on the tail end of this part of the tournament, which means you then have to sit out, then come back. I know we kind of repeat the same point, guys, but like, genuinely, it's a very exciting new way to run the league. But the consequences are high for those players. And, the fact that Mike could not make it, and we might just go several weeks without Mike in Nbpl would be absolutely crazy. But that's the reality we're facing right now. And now he has done some good groundwork in the last 2 games, being able to get himself some decent points together. But he got knocked out a little bit early in this game, got knocked out a little bit early in the last game, and hasn't been able to put a big enough lead above him and the guys behind him. So 4th place is very susceptible to change. And to be honest, 2nd and 3rd are both on 14 points as well. It's a tall ask, but there is a world where one of them could get slide out if they goose egg in this next game. But obviously, for the side of TT25 and it's HM, no, it's Arano and TT25, a single kill, maybe 2 kills, basically will just guarantee them their spot. But a goose egg means that their fate will fall into someone else's hands. Now, that fate is weighted towards them, but it is still within reaching distance for them. As Arano going to get himself into 2nd place, 15.5 points. HM on 18 points. HM's pretty much locked in at this point. TT5, that goose egg will make him nervous. There's, 4.5 points between him and Chen right now, who's in 4th place. Mike, 0.5 points behind in 5th place. And then, honestly, Ran, it's doable. This is so doable for him. It's going to be, obviously, everyone above him is going to be scoring points, but a single goose egg above him means that it just gets that little bit more reachable for him.
Yeah, 225 is pretty much locked in unless the world of unluckiness, Chen and Mike go with a 5-point game and just barely pass him. Like you were saying, Ran, it's doable. He needs to have a massive game, and everyone needs to do very poorly on the top side. And it really requires you to go into Yang, secure those wins. So we're going to go to the highlights here. Ran has a really good off spawn. Mike has a decent off spawn as well. And you saw a little bit of limitations from the Kylan getting all into the multi-way fight, and target selection just not going Mike's way. Off spawn, Arano, again, tried and true, that strategy, that ability to get those last hits off with flying knives, with fist blades, sneaking in those kills, and even inside Yang, he's able to win his ones as Mike keeps the pace up though, keeping this very competitive, showing everyone if you're gonna put me out of my misery, it's not gonna be easy. Mike's still fighting his way through, the gatekeeper of the ledge of that top 4, as Rando getting tons of parries here to close out this game, just not giving up the spirit wall very easily on the Shuhan. Able to grief Mike out, and Chen with the consistency. Once he gets the lead, he's going to hold on to it on that line. Chen plays it very, very well to launch up with that 6.5 point game. And now we got a game 6 hit brain. It's not going to be a blowout. Or like a 4-man blowout. It's going to be anyone's game, but it's still, remember, it's a mirror matchup. Gonna be Akos, I believe. I don't see how it's a different character.
It's got to be Akos, 100%. Yeah.
We're gonna see who is the #1 Tiger, who is a true Tiger King. Is it still Mike, or are we gonna crown a new kitty cat who's gonna just destroy this lobby, clawing every way out? And you know that's what you're gonna have to do if you're on the 5th, 6th, and 7th. You got to claw your way to the victory, to the next round. Everything's going to be on the line going into this game 6.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a scrappy game number 6. Everyone has something to prove. Everyone has something to fight for. We're in for a treat. Akos is a very explosive character as well, so it will make for, you know, and if it was like a Feria or something, it'd be quite a boring matchup because everyone just puts their mech down, gets low, jumps into their mech, and then kind of resets. But that's a very different case when it's Akos, because Akos is very much like a, you know, jump into the pit and start brawling. And I think that suits the way the lobbies have been played today. Everyone's been very aggressive, very eager and willing to scrap for one another. The fact that, you know, you saw Mike just secure a kill, trying to secure the Roma Yang, like not even just the portal. Crazy. Really good stuff. Anyway, one more game to go. We're going to throw ourselves to a cheeky break. Be back with game number 6 in a moment. See you in a moment.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. The Big 26 NBPL Solos Loser Brackets. I am Raven PLZ. I'm joined by the great Hip Rain. And it's been exciting with these new rules in solos. And, you know, it was looking like a blowout for the day. A little bit of a slow start from a lot of players, but now everyone's woken up. Heart rates are elevating. And going to game 6 for the mirror matchup, a lot of players are on the cusp. It's not really secured who's going to be that 4th place, and still 3rd place if 225 goose eggs. He could get the most unlucky situation where Mike and Rua end up passing him with a 5-point game. Now, unlikely. I think 225 is ready to punch his ticket, but definitely that last slot is going to be a bloodbath. And I still feel like it's anyone's game. I still got to choose my man, Mike, on the Akos. Arano on the Akos. They did it all of 2025. I just don't see with the buffs to Akos that they're not super dialed in and have an edge over the rest of the lobby, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, you talked about it in, I think it was game 4 actually when Arano won, but in the run up to that game, talked about how the final game being an ACOS matchup does work for the likes of Mike because he's very good on this ACOS. Obviously, didn't actually have a particularly amazing game on the ACOS when he played it earlier, but he got one of his furthest runs into a game we've seen from him. He was able to score points here and there, but the guy averaging about 7 kills a game or 7 points a game on ACOS should show you that he actually has had historically a very, very good performance on this character. And that 7 points average is this season. And we're like 2 weeks in, so he's had some good performances on this character. Now it's down to him really sticking the landing here, but it is going to be feral. It's probably the best way to word this. It's going to be a feral game because everybody below 3rd right now is fighting to make that 4th spot their final spot. And honestly, for 2nd and 3rd, they're also looking just to secure a couple of points here or there just to make sure that their position isn't threatened, while everyone else is going to be just going absolutely bonkers, trying to get as many points together, trying to make this 4th place happen and not be knocked out of the tournament, not be denied, you know, a position where they can go further in, they can make a deeper run and then have a stronger footing going into the 2nd rotation of this double elimination bracket.
Yeah, it's very interesting for most of the competitors under the new rules. No one's really used to any of this yet.
Yeah.
There's going to still be a lot of evolution to how people are going to play this. We already saw some adjustments coming out from Arano, where he did target fire Mike in the last little bit. Mike had gold armor, had the buff, and Arano didn't go for HM. He went for Mike instead, just because Mike is on the cusp of qualifying with Arano. Now, Arano has gotten a bigger lead. Now he's contesting HM for first place, so he's in a lot more comfortable position. But this is something I've come to expect from Arano. He's generally winning from flawless strategy. He doesn't put it all on snowballing lobbies out of control. Not that he can't do it, because he's definitely been one of the dark horses for the last 3 years, always in the contesting in the top 3. He's definitely been overlooked over other players. This year, though, part of a new organization, XKG. And the big surprise today, though, HM having a massive game. Normally, we see the likes of Mike, 225, at the top looking like HM. But HM looks like he's matured a ton from last year to this year. And he's opening up the season with a bang in this lower bracket run. Now, the same thing happened last year where it's not really a favorite pick, but in the clutch moments when he needs to perform, he's always shown up very big. And it seems like that trend is going to continue in the big 2026. Now, something kind of surprising to me is Lipo looked like he was getting a handle on solos. He was looking more and more solid. He was memed on a lot before from the other competitors last year, but he kept proving everyone wrong, going all the way to J-Cup finals. Now, this year, his opener is looking a little lackluster. Now, it is still only the beginning of the year, so he still has a little bit to turn around. Maybe he took a vacation during the offseason. I know a ton of these NBPL players still kept playing. You know, Mike has one of the best work ethics, even though he's expressed a lack of desire going into this year. But now under a new banner, part of SR, he doesn't have that new blood looming over him. 08 in OUG. Instead, he's part of a new organization. Maybe he's appreciated more by SR, and he has that lifeblood. But I imagine Mike's not going to go quietly. If you hope to pass Mike, you're going to have to take it away from him to take this next spot. But I'd be very surprised if Mike doesn't qualify past this loser bracket round.
Alrighty, well, it's normally the point where we do talk about what's coming up in Hero Select, but obviously can't really do that because we know what's coming up. Well, we don't 100% know, unless I was looking away for a brief second when the graphic came up, but going to be a heavy ACOS game. Ran, I did count this guy out, but did have a pretty solid end to there. Again, though, for people like Ran, they haven't done enough groundwork to make sure that they qualify on their own work. Like, he could have an absolutely stellar game here, but remember, for every kill someone above him gets, that red line just gets a little bit further and just a little bit further. It just continues to climb away from him. So I think we're in a world where for Ran, he needs several stars to align. The people above him to have bad games and him to have one hell of a good game.
Are you sticking with the predictions? I mean,
oh, I want to say Ruo, but have you seen he's had 2 goose eggs in a row? Like, the guy, as soon as I was like, yeah, this guy's pretty good, he started absolutely biffing it. So I do have my concern. I think the safe bet is Arano, TT5, HM, and Mike. That's the safe bet. That's the money bet.
That's the money bet.
Yeah. Man, Ran's had 0 points on ACOS. Okay, that's not great. This is Lipo's first game.
Too. He has Lipos has an ACOS too, I think. It's not as good as Mike and Arano, but it exists. It's very noticeable when someone has a character that doesn't exist. Now, look at everyone's heart rate. Rano is big chillin'. He knows he's ready punching this ticket. He's like, all right, on to the next. Mike, a little bit of consideration there. Am I washed? Chen is just, he knows he needs to dig deep. He can't take this easy this next round. Definitely has it in him. Chen is a little bit predictable in his main strategy. Now, I feel like his strategy, Akos actually benefits it. He likes playing the nunnies. He likes looking for half charge traps and taking his time and peppering in range. As long as he can deal with the ability rotation, deal with the F2, will he be able to win? Last time we saw on Akos, I didn't really get to double check. People were running V2, the freaking cage, and in the mirror matchup, V2 actually does very, very well if your opponent doesn't know that you have it. You're able to gain the neutral advantage as Mike is going to get on the board already, not starting slow. And immediately passes Chen here as Ran is in a tough position right here as Mike is going to be smothering him with the fan, with the berry, and now waiting for the wake up, double hold dodge, triple hold dodge into the F2, wasting no time. Mike's going to get 2 on the board off spawn.
Alrighty, well, Mike starting off strong, definitely what he needed here, able to get himself up to 11 points totaled at the end of this game. Well, so not the end of this game, at the beginning of this game. So into that 4th spot quite happily. Chen has found a Rano here. Rano, no armor really to speak of. Chen with the purple nunchucks and blue armor. Got just a lot more stacks to work with. So Rano's just taking a couple of pepper shots behind as he's just trying to play escape now and break away. Everyone is following him up to the top of the shipwreck. Rano has been able to blue armor swap, but his health bar situation still pretty bad, especially when he takes all of his armor that he just swapped into away. It's going to cause him a little bit of bother. And does have some pots to take here, so we'll be able to swap back out. I actually went to the grey armor so you can get a full armor off. And HM may have been dissuaded off the back of that one. So Arano, nice play from him. But Chen, not so easy to dissuade, unfortunately, for Arano, as he's going to try and get the blue armor back. Is able to get the pot off. So Arano has full healed, basically. But then immediately loses half of his armor again. That is horrendous.
Arano gets the grapple cancel on the HM. Get off of me. He goes for the infant, not able to land it. A little bit of flub there. And now HM getting a little bit of taste of his grief medicine right here as Arano's able to turn that around. But Chen comes flying in, sees that HM had his armor stripped for him. Nice composure from everyone here. Not overcommitting to any situations. As Arano is going to delay his ult, able to iframe the initial Tiger, gets the first pounce off, and HM with that overhold, going to take Arano for a ride as Chen on the outside is going to look for the F2 steal, and he is going to be able to charge it up, dump that damage in. HM does all the work, but Chen benefits from all of it. Already up to 10.5. Is trailing Mike by half a point, but HM putting a ton of pressure onto Chen. Chen responding though with the uppercut combo and the coverage, knocking out HM, and now we're tied 11-11. Chen and Mike fighting it out to qualify past this losers bracket.
It's going to be a rough one here for the likes of Ruo. On 0 points, 0 kills right now. Lipo and Mike just stun each other briefly. Just going to play knockback, using that staff onto Mike. Mike actually, I think he's taking some pot shots from off screen. No, he's not. Okay, that was just a camera being weird there. Mike gets the aerial parry though from Lipo, and Lipo is just going to force him to ult here. Lipo responds with his own ult. The Tiger stances have been used, as now he's going to look to try and get the kill onto Mike. This is so dicey. Mike goes down right before Realm of Yang. That is so detrimental to him.
Tough spot for Mike right there, and Lipo on the board as well. Now he has a really tall mountain to climb. He needs to go Yang and find a win there, but in solos you don't get a refresh of ults going into Yang. Red. Well, actually, wait, you do the trios. I'm thinking trios right here, but 11.5 on Chen. Mike at 11. You know, Mike kind of shrugs things off. The cool thing about these positions is Mike is going to be able to salvage his body over here, find a lot of his loot, and be able to posture to go into Yang here. Man, Lipo got the best of him with the double jump over parry. Mike assumes Lipo's unaware, and normally when your opponent is jumping over your head, outside of having no stamina, you feel like it's kind of a new move. But Lipo shows Mike that you're the noob, hits him with the parry, noob down. A little bit of catching you off guard with the stupid play. But Mike, with the purple armor ready, most of his loot back. And Lipo, he has to go in, man. He has to go in as HM. Is it HM's time? Can he stop the #1 Akos in the world? We'll have to see.
Alrighty, well, Mike, fresh off a 1v1 loss, definitely wants to make this work. Misses the F there. Does get the parry, though, onto HM. HM getting pretty heavily bullied around here, losing half of his armor. Nice shot with the crossbows as well, just to pepper away at that health a little bit. HM, seeing if he can find a scale rush angle off, is going to look for it, dashes away. Mike's not going to get caught here. There's the ultimate getting thrown down by HM. He's just going to keep the pressure up onto Mike now. Catches him with the Tiger. Tiger 1 hits. Tiger 2 hits as well, as Mike's health bar is shredded away from him. And now it's Mike's turn. He has the ultimate himself, dodging over that last Tiger. Now it's his turn to throw it up onto HM. Catches him in the aerial. Now using the nunchucks. Has the Tiger lunge forward. Dodged away there by HM, who's He's now just trying his hardest to not get caught, but Mike is going to finish him up. Lipo taking on Ruo as well. Ruo trying his hardest to keep himself going, caught by the stun, and the staff should just finish this one up. That was a very, very clean 1v1 though from Mike.
I was right. Lipo does have an Akos. My man's locked in. Got the openers, you know, nice and easy, nothing fancy. Lands the F2, sets up the uppercut combo. And now Lipo in contention. You know, he still has a pretty tall mountain to climb. Needs Mike and Rua and Chen to slow down. But Chen, for the tournament right here, he needs to find the win versus 225. 225 here, very, very low. Chen, both of their ults are engaged right here. 225 is going to opt to find the heal here as Chen's going to keep up the pressure, but realizing 225 is zoning him out, doesn't want to overcommit here, is down to go reset back to full health in neutral. Mike does have a bounty onto HM. They can get a run back there. Mike at 12, Chen at 11.5. Ruo and Lipo have to get every single kill moving forward, but everyone's still alive in the lobby. There's still a possibility for these guys to come through.
Well, HM being chased away here, just dashing up. Everybody's onto him. 3 players chasing him down. And so far, no one's been evicted from the lobby, but that is going to be changing here. HM, with that debuff on, gets caught in the uppercut here. And this may just be the end of HM's journey. Yep, there he goes. Lipo able to secure that kill. Finds himself a... I think Lipo actually had the debuff on. Yes, that was a cleanse onto Lipo. And he jumps up a little bit further. Ruo, though, you do worry. 0 points. He's had double goose eggs. He's on your Realm Yang depletion. He has to find a kill, and he has to then translate that into many more kills. Otherwise, he is cooked. As Lipo getting jumped onto here. Lipo is very low HP. Has the Realm Yang... has the rebirth from Vermilion Birdsmite available to him, so that's just going to get popped as Mike jumps in. Tries to get himself a little bit of cheeky damage thrown down. T225 also failing and knocked out. Right, Ruo able to get himself a cleanse, I believe. No, he hasn't cleansed. Nor has he got a kill. Mike is jumping up the ladder here. 4 kills. Has got Chen hot on his heels, though.
Everyone's slugging it out right here. HM is going to fall, but Arano's still alive. Mike's still alive. There is a world where 225 can get past right here. Chen and Mike both still alive. This is exactly what this is the worst case scenario is 225 goose eggs this round. Ruo is going to get hit by a sign. No one's here. If a sign lands in the mountains, but no one's there to see it, doesn't make noise. It does make noise because Rand runs right over, finds the kill on him, and he's going to be climbing up 8.5. Now he's in striking distance from last place. Ruo, who was looking like he was going to qualifying today, goes all the way to last place. It's like a full free fall. Goose egg after goose egg after goose egg. My man has turned into a goose. Mike and Chen still battling out. Only a difference of 0.5. This next Yang is going to prove a lot of who is ready for this new meta. Akos mirror matchups. Gold Spear in Mike's hand, though. Mike was getting away with murder with the bonks. But I'm not going to lie. Mike's Spear can be sussy. It's just that gold R&B focus attack does 1,000 damage every single swing. So in the multi-way fight, definitely one of the best weapons to have. In an isolated Yang fight, not gonna lie, I worry for my boy Mike. Will he whiff it, or was he gonna go to his tried and true nunnies? Mike with nunnies, definitely one of the hardest to fight. He's worked on his nunnies way more than other players, and he has still, I feel like, is ahead of everyone else in the nunchuck meta. But we'll have to see. Just because the changes to Akos gives everyone a chance, as Mike is going to stay on the outside with Chen. There's no way to know that these two are, and they are going to be dancing around moonbait surfing with each other here. Uh-oh.
That was dicey.
The decider of this tournament.
Oh, Mike, a single Bane's Breath could literally knock you out. That'd be so heartbreaking for him. It looks like he's going to go uncontested. That is a really, really rough place for a Bane's Breath to spawn, right on top of the Spirit Well. But there we go. He gets the cap off. Mike has White Tigers as Chen desperately trying to make his way towards the Realm of Yang. I think he got in. Lipo could just be the target here, though, for Mike. Lipo gonna look for the stun onto Mike, able to dodge away here. Mike doesn't get caught. Another stun comes through, and it actually looks like this could just be Ran looking for the kill onto Lipo. Instead, that White Tigers is there, though, for Mike to use, as he's gonna try and catch up onto the pair of them. There's the Tiger chop forwards. Who gets the kill? It's Mike, and now he's gonna turn it into a second one. Mike just snowballed. The White Tigers pop into 2 kills, and it may just be coming a third off the back of this one. He finds the knock-up on to Arano, and suddenly Realm of Yangs have only just spawned up, and we're already down to the last 3 players. You were on the money, Raven. Everyone plays so aggressive in the mirror matchup.
Wait a minute, but Chen has a chance still. He just needs one of these kills, and he's punched in his ticket. Needs one of these kills. Wait, I don't know how they're gonna do the test. The mirror magic is because Chen is alive here and he has more damage. Does he just make it past 225? Yeah, I think that's how it goes. But Arano, he's gonna be fighting off Mike here, and Mike is the gold spear. That's my bad, Mike. Well, actually, no, I called it. If you have the spear in multi-way fights, it's just so good with the F2 coming out. You just get this massive nuke with the right-click arm beam. Chen tap dodge through the F2. Parry's gonna come out from Mike. Finds a 1-2, but Nunny's versus Spear. Tough break. Light attack's gonna be coming through. Nice armor reset for Mike, but the White Tigers buff doing a lot of work for Chen, keeping him in the good position. But Mike with the parry is gonna find that RMB nuke. Now Chen still has his ultimate right here. He's waiting to press it. F2's gonna come out. Nice tap dodge from Chen. And now both of them with the Tigers buff.
Wait.
Is going to fade out. He needs to find the kill on the Mike. If he gets this kill, he crawls. Chen.
How is TT25 not gonna make it? That's crazy.
Took his foot off the gas. I was telling you. Oh my God. He's gonna be kicking himself if Chen passes him.
You're so right. That's why the intelligent one, Raven. The smartest bird, Ravens. Apparently the smartest caster as well. Catching on.
That's the first time someone's ever said
blazing in there, mate.
I'm surprised no one said that to me before. A smart bird. Wow.
They are. They are the smartest birds. And Chen, you were right. TT25 took his aggression off, and it is starting to cost him here. Mike's had to switch to blue armor, and I'm sure TT25 is
he's sweating.
Absolutely so nervous right now. He's probably cheering as Chen gets caught by the stun, gets caught by the knock-up, loses most of his armor. Mike has been able to swap back into the purple armor. Chen, though, looking for the turnaround onto Mike, has chipped away fairly heavily at that armor in response. Looks to go for the catch-up onto him. Mike has to swap back to blue armor once again, but Chen holding that golden armor. No ultimate available as Mike is juggling them around. TT25, his hopes aren't done yet. Chen trying his hardest to hold on to this game. He goes for the armor swap into blue armor, and it's just a back and forth. The parry comes in from Chen. He's almost got enough range for the ultimate. Mike is on a sliver of health. Chen, this is your miracle run. This.
Oh my God, he does it.
Mike,
no way, dude.
TT25 is annihilated from the lobby.
No way, dude. Wait, we gotta zoom in on 225. We gotta zoom in on 225. Oh my. That has to be the craziest throw. And 225 has an Akros as well. My man's trolling. My man's trolling. He.
Whew. What a comeback from Mike, though.
Look at Mike's just like, it's just another day, man. It's another day. You can't sleep on the Akros. 225 is just like, well, that's pretty troll. We got to hold this one. We gotta hold this one. I don't think he realizes that he didn't qual. I think he still thinks he qualled.
Oh, TT25, that is heartbreaking for him.
Oh my God.
He walks back into his green room afterwards, and his coach is like, mate, what are you doing? He's like, what? We qualified? No, we didn't, buddy. No, we didn't. It goose egged. Literally anyone could have qualified. The fact Mike jumped up into second place, the fact that Chen, of all players, was able to jump into fourth place, knocking TT25 out. And that's it. TT25 doesn't play now until the next rotation of the double elimination bracket, and we only have 2 of those a season. Your jacket might be sick, mate, but we're not going to see it for a hot minute.
Chen, you know, it wasn't easy for Chen too. He had to walk through a lot of very, very tough opponents, and man, if Chen just like opens up with that energy, he's definitely just like a lot bigger threat of an opponent. The same way that HM opened up this today, just out of the gate, sprinting forward. All these guys, the skill gap and this just current meta, it's just a lot closer. And the Akros fight is just so volatile. The multi-way, you see it. The F2 just provides so much kill steal ability. It provides so much comeback. And I gotta tip my hat to Ched. That was a great clutch up versus Mike. That parry and carrying him all the way through all the armor resets. Because at one point, it looked like Mike, he was going to seal the deal. He was going to hold the line 4-2-2-5. But Chen found that armor reset, gets the parry, gets a nice carry onto Mike, and he clutches up really big when it really matters.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Very excited to see how they fare now. Obviously, the winners of this game, the top 4, will be moving on to the next stage. We'll get onto that in a moment. So, who has the highest points at the end of the game? Well, not the end of the game, at the end of the day. Is it HM, Arano, TT25, or Mike? A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat, guys. Let us know. If you're whispered, you will get your goodies. So make sure you keep your eye on all of that stuff. But yeah, so the losers of this are out. The winners go through to the second round of the losers bracket, and they'll be playing versus the bottom 4 from the winners bracket. And then the top 4 from that game will then go through to the winners into the finals from there. So while, yes, it was scrappy today, it's only going to get harder because you're now playing versus some of the kind of arguably and mathematically the better players. So it is really all to play for. You got a lot of work to do and not a lot of time to do it if you want to stay in the tournament. But congratulations to our 4 that have made it through into this next stage. I'm sure there's a massive amount of relief. I'm glad we have the heart rate monitors because you can see, how nervous some of the players getting. At one point, we capped it at like 155, I think was like the highest heart rate I saw, or it was like almost 160, which is bonkers high. I've been saying this all week when I've been seeing some of these heart rates. Lower your sodium intake. You can't. Your heart's going way too fast.
Oh, I was 3 for 4. Chen was the wild card. It turns out he was the hot take to bring it back. The chiseled chin of NBPL, as I like to call it. He gets the nicest chin within the pro league. And my man shows up big. Last 2 rounds, just punches his ticket in. He looked lifeless throughout the day, and he just wakes up when it really, really matters. Goes through, and Yakko's matchup. I mean, normally I thought of Chen as one of the fighters of the lobby, but last year he was mainly a macro player. I think he just didn't have as much confidence in his gameplay, and I really think if he sticks to it, this is great momentum for him moving forward. Man, 225, the double goose egg. If my man just goes for 1 kill in endgame, even and this is what I was saying, where strategy is so important, having a coach guiding you to make sure that you just do the bare minimum for your round. If he just targets the off spawn of Mike, Chen, and Mike and Chen, basically just punches his ticket in. He doesn't even have to worry at all. He just has to hover them, make sure that they don't get a kill. But this is also the cool part of the mirror matchup. It's a lot harder to target fire because everyone's the same character. You have the old tactic that we used to talk about a lot, the wardrobe change, where you can just go around a corner, switch weapons, and now suddenly you're a new player. All spawn is where it started though. Mike, you just see it. He's been here a million times before. Mike's all spawn, one of the best in the game because of his ability to armor reset. And Lipo, he had some life in him as well. Letting Mike know with his follow-up, just nice, slow and steady, inside Yang, outside Yang, finding the kills that he needs to. And 225 falling to Ran right there, bottom of the lobby, taking the top of the lobby down. And 225 is going to be kicking himself as he has to VOD review this round moving forward. And you see the gold spear, the nukes of those bombs, the 1,000 damage hits over everyone's head. Anytime someone does a tiger, Mike runs in. This parry is what clutches up for Chen. My man, double charge, parried in the clutch. And Mike gets ran down with that ult buildup from my man Chen. Still, I was surprised. I think you would have liked it a lot. No one ran V2 Akos. That was like a big difference between day one and this day to me. Is V2 Akos really catches a ton of players off guard. If you don't have the best Akos matchup, playing V2 is a great gimmick that you can do. Catches people off guard, allows you to secure that 1 or 2 kills, and then something 225 could have done. Shen Yuan ran it, Wang Liang ran it, and it had a ton of success actually, especially when you're fighting against people who love playing Akos.
Now just look at this MVP, 26,000 damage. That's a healthy trios damage. That's crazy for a solos player. Huge performance there from Mike at the end of this game. And yes, Chen did qualify, but Mike still is the MVP for that game. And I'm sure he's going to be very proud of himself off the back of that one. Very, very good performance for him. And, you know, I'm sure there's going to be some conversations when he gets backstage on what they need to improve, because this got too dicey. This got way too close for him. And he still has one other round of the losers bracket before we even start looking towards the finals of the double limb. So I'm sure there's going to be a lot of practice, a lot of conversations on what they can improve on and what can be changed. And I'm sure he's not the only one, because again, just to emphasize, this was the easier of the 2 losers bracket matches. The next one's harder. The next one you're playing versus, you know, the top 4, well, the top 8 players from the first day of games. So it's going to be a big one, but I'm glad to see how tight it was. Like it's solos is in a very, very good place. A lot of players, you know, all popping off. Everyone had a chance of winning it today. To see T225 go and get knocked out. I have to apologize to Ryu. I cursed that guy, man. I said they're my secret MVP for today, and then they goose egged every game after that. So I don't think you fumbled it. I think I just placed the fattest caster curse that's ever been placed on someone. That was horrendous.
Yeah, the quad goose egg is wild. All right.
Alrighty. Cool.
We are going to be going to a short break, ladies and gentlemen, and then we'll be wrapping up the day.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NBPL. We are wrapping up the day here of solos. It has been a very, very explosive day. Amazing to see the teams make it through who did. Obviously, Mike making a miracle run towards the end. Chen probably being the biggest miracle run, to be honest. Seeing TT25 do all the hard work at the start of the day and just kind of get undone by being a bit lethargic with the whole thing. Yeah, absolutely explosive day, Raven. Very lucky we got to do it together.
Yeah, I think the Enor pick from 225.
Yeah.
A little bit sussy just because Enor was 11th, 12th pick last year in 2025. So to see him put it still through, even though he was the best Enor of last year, I feel like he would have done better on a different character. And it just goes to show how competitive the lobby is. Looking at the overall leaderboards, HM, big surprise today, pops off very early on, holds on to the lead, slows down near the end. Mike starts off very cool and heats up the red hot to clutch it up in the end. Arano, steady and consistent throughout the day. To be expected from Arano. That's going to be it for the losers bracket. And now moving on to the winners bracket. Moving forward. I'm a little disappointed I didn't get to see Frost play with Azal. Some beef going on in there. Shen Yuan and Wu Fang as well. Some spicy rematches from J-Cup last year. But the losers bracket for solos is gonna be over. We are gonna go over tomorrow with the trios losers bracket to see who makes it through. Very curious to see how the rules are gonna be playing out for the year. And excited to see HM's playstyle kind of working out for him. Like I was saying before, HM, his playstyle was actually what we modeled Lexin's playstyle going forward. Lexin didn't really believe in his gameplay, and HM was one of the few players in NBPL that ran an outside of Yang strategy. Ended up working very, very well for Lexin. Actually better for him than it did for HM. And tomorrow, like I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, trios losers bracket. Will it be as close as this solos bracket? I feel like the good part of trios teams is they never take their foot off the gas. Generally, these guys they keep going for frags throughout it, and hopefully no one pulls off another 225. That was definitely very heartbreaking. I pointed out, like, there is a world where it's super unlikely that he gets double passed in the end because it requires Chen and Mike to play well, and both of those players just play out of their mind and end up punching their ticket, making it out of losers bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. It's I'm very excited to see what looking at the winners bracket. That's stacked. That's very, very scary, that upper bracket. Trios, some really fun stuff going on over there. I'm excited to see IG. As someone who comes from other games, Invictus Gaming is like, that's a big deal to have them here. That's really exciting to see IG playing in this tournament, and obviously picking up some pretty legendary players across both solos and trios. They only just about eked their way into upper bracket though, so we saw some life in them, and then after that it was a bit it was a little bit underwhelming during the groups, during the main games. So I'm excited to see what they're going to show us. That's not till later because that will be the winners bracket. That's Sunday, that game. But losers bracket, we got a lot of good teams down there as well. And I think that's the big thing about both of these is because the way we're kind of filtering the players out, you know, we are losing good players along the way. Like TT25 not being in for the first half of the tournament is going to be crazy. It's going to be a really, really bizarre setting for solos. So I'm very excited to see what this is going to offer. I think the big thing is adaptation. I want to see how teams change and adapt and mix things up in both solos and trios going forwards. I think especially in trios less so, but sorry, in solos less so, but in trios, I do feel like they've kind of done the same thing where they default to the safe Transformers picks. Anyway, that's tomorrow. Make sure you do tune in tomorrow. We'll be back with more trios action. But for us, that is us done. So thank you very much for watching. From me and Raven, we'll see you later. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Have a
Right,
nice
Raven,
day.
I'm gonna love you and leave you, mate, because I gotta look at the girlfriend to the trip.